Test 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, everybody. This is the City Council for Paso Robles, August 6th, 2024. We have the first item, roll call. Mary, would you call that, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And item C, we have closed session items. There's three. Elizabeth, will you go ahead and read out what we're going to be talking about?
We are going into closed session on three items. The first is real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. It's related to an easement over a portion of property at 195 Niblick Road in Paso Robles. Agency negotiators are Ty Lewis and Warren Frace, and the owner negotiator is Sherry Safataze. I'm not sure how to say her last name. She is an attorney representing the owners. Conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, two cases pursuant to section 54956.9. The name of the cases are Aqueous Film Forming Foam's product liability litigation and City of Camden versus BASF Corporation. And those are both PFAS-related litigation. And then the third item is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. And the position is the city managers.
Okay, very good. Council, have any questions on the closed session items?
There was a letter that we received on item 3. We're going to enter that. That was received by the city clerk and by council.
That'll be entered into the record.
Yeah, Mary, I believe you have that.
Yeah, it was sent to council. I don't believe it was sent in for public comment, but
Yeah,
I've got it pretty cut.
saw it too. Okay, that's it. Open up to public. Anybody having questions or comments? Anybody online, Mary?
no, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and recess to closed session. Okay, you guys all ready to go? Whenever you are. All righty. 6:31. Good evening, everybody, to this Paso Robles City Council meeting for August 6th. We are reconvening from a closed session, so we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Bausch.
Please rise. Face the colors. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Rabbi Amir Gordon, are you here? Good, thank you.
Thank you. Almighty God, Master of the universe, the members of this esteemed body, the Paso Robles City Council, convene here today to fulfill one of the 7 commandments which you issued to Noah and his family after the Great Flood, the commandment that all societies be governed by just laws. As stated in the book of Genesis and its sacred commentaries, you issued at the time the following 7 laws: to worship you and you alone, never to blaspheme your holy name, not to commit murder, not to commit adultery, not to steal, lie, or cheat, not to be cruel to any living creature, and that every society be governed by just laws based on the recognition and acknowledgement of you, O God, as the sovereign ruler of all humankind and all nations. Grant, Almighty God, that the members of this council constantly realize that by enacting just laws and regulations, they are doing your will. Grant, Almighty God, that the members of this council be cognizant that their gathering here today fulfills a sacred purpose. Finally, I ask that you bless Mayor Hammond and all our council members with the peace of mind to fulfill these sacred duties. Let us pray in the words of King David in the book of Psalms, chapter 122. May there be peace within your walls, serenity within your mansions. May there be peace and serenity in this city of Paso Robles, and may there be peace in the Holy Land of Israel with the return of all the hostages, and may we come to a time when all evil will be eradicated. May it be your will, Almighty God, that the efforts of the council members be successful, empowering all the individuals in this great city to be decent human beings, considerate of others, reverent of you, and ready to do their bit toward the ultimate goal of a perfect world in which your presence will be manifest. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi Gordon. I'll have roll call now.
Councilmember Bausch,
Present.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Roden,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
Mayor Hammond,
Here. And we'll have staff introductions, starting with our city clerk.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Randall Wright, IT Technician.
Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager.
This Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Morgan Hauser.
Ryan Cornell, District Services Director. Dave Bass, Fire Department. Randy Harris, Deputy Fire Department. Commander. Mark. David Add, Utility Department. Thomas Pauling, Solid Waste.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Okay, thank you. I guess next we're going to be reporting out. Elizabeth, do you have a closed session report?
I do, thank you. We went into closed session on 3 items. The first was real property negotiations regarding an easement over a portion of 195 Niblick Road in Paso Robles. The second item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, 2 cases. The names of the cases are Aqueous Film Forming Foam Product Liability Litigation and the City of Camden versus BASF Corporation. The third item was a public employee performance evaluation. There is no reportable action except for on the conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The council gave direction to the city attorney's office to opt out of a proposed national settlement as it relates to those 2 cases.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we begin tonight's agenda, and if it pleases the majority of my colleagues here on the council, I would like to make a motion to move item S, council business and committee reports, to this point in the agenda, as I have a statement to be made. So motion by Strong, second by Pro Tem Gregory. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to have Commander Ricky Lear please come to the lectern, please. Welcome, Ricky.
Hello, Councilman. Ricky Lear.
As mayor of this city, I want to humbly apologize to you directly, Commander Lear, also to Chief Nord, and indeed the other police department staff. I owe you an apology as well. At last council meeting on July 16th, one of our council members wrongly attacked your character and dedication to duty while you attempted to provide council with a presentation related to a proposed ordinance involving dogs in public parks. This unprofessional display of soul-destroying remarks made against you was disgusting, uncalled for, and certainly not in the best interest of the city. Please know that I do not share that negative opinion about your performance or any of the fine men and women who proudly serve for the Paso Robles Police Department. I hope my colleagues will join me in condemning this accusation that you were subjected to and the remarks that do not in any way reflect the collective views of our outstanding police department. Police officers and support staff are often asked to perform seemingly impossible tasks while serving our community. You should never worry about whether you have our unwavering support from your city council. You should never worry that members of this council will subject you to unfair and unwanted criticism. Our words matter and should never be weaponized against employees to serve political drama or further personal agendas. Comments of this type are demoralizing and serve to destroy the positive culture we strive to protect and build within our employees. You have my commitment that moving forward, I will not tolerate inflammatory comments such as the ones you were subjected to. Demeaning attacks against you and our staff should never flow like that from a council member or from this dais. I will do my best to stop future unprofessional and mistrusting cross-examinations. To all of our city employees, please accept my apologies, and I truly want you to and the entire police department to know that I appreciate your service in keeping the Roblins of Paso Robles safe with all the great work you do. So I'll now move it on to council comments.
Personal point of privilege. Thank you. I apologize if my offense or my remarks caused you offense, it caused the department or Chief Nord offense. My personal apology. Please accept it. Thank you. Those remarks weren't my remarks. They were my constituents' remarks. They were from citizens of Paso Robles. They were not meant to be disrespectful. I take exception to Mayor Hammond's remarks. I don't think that they were meant to be demeaning. They were meant to be observations and hard questions that our citizens asked. We're coming off of a time when there are raw nerves regarding parking and other issues, and I think we're unfortunately we're subject to those kinds of criticisms. We're in public positions. I apologize again, and I hope we can move on from this.
Thank you.
Mayor Hammond, may I?
Go ahead. Councilmember Roden, go ahead.
When I was a teenager, I wanted to learn to fly. So much that I came up with the idea that I told my dad I was going to join the Air Force. And he said, "Darling, there's two problems with that. Right now, they don't let women fly. And the second is you have to obey orders. You can't, without discussion or debate." He knew my character, and he and my mother gave me the confidence to listen respectfully to opposing viewpoints, to not be afraid to speak my mind. More importantly, to be aware that there are those who do not speak up, either because of lack of confidence, culture, convention, or decorum, or as in this case in the military, police, fire, or as an employee who works within those rules or codes of honor. Prior to serving on the city council, I had limited involvement with those who are employed by our city. recognizing a few by title and fewer by name. Since my appointment in October, I've had the privilege of spending hours with many of those who serve our city and now recognize their dedication to their job and to this community. We often forget that behind that title or that uniform is a human being with challenges in their own lives or in the lives of loved ones. Perfection does not live in human form. And none of us can separate the doubts, concerns, or pressures of everyday life in our work. Yet, they still care about their job and how they are perceived by others. I have a responsibility as a council member to support, encourage, assist, and protect those who may not or cannot speak for themselves. I failed in that obligation at the last council meeting. When Commander Ricky Lear was at the podium last council meeting discussing the issues relating to allowing dogs in the park, he and the whole of our police department were publicly accused of not responding to complaints or calls and being derelict in their duties. Later in the evening, once again, city staff was targeted. I should have spoken up in their defense, and I did not. For that, I want to apologize. But I also want to commend both Commander Lair and Chief Nord on how they responded to those accusations with dignity, civility, respect, and grace. Every day, the men and women of our staff, our police, fire department, and city employees go about their work, serving and protecting us all while maintaining the utmost standards. I failed you once, I will not fail you again. Thank you to all of you for your service to our community.
Councilman Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And although I'm not going to apologize because I felt that it was not my place as the councilman, but hopefully that the mayor might have stepped in, and I'm glad he has now recognized that. But in trying to keep that position, I was very upset by the proceedings. I was upset by the amount of time it took for all the people here to go over and over material, that most of which was already in our staff report. And I think that a few things that weren't specifically said in the staff report were answered beautifully by you. And I appreciated that because it changed my vote. I was very much against opening up the parks. But the question, I guess it was the chief that answered the question, that there were no dog bites recorded at all in the park. And that was my main concern of having dogs in the park with children. And if that's the case, that's fine. Now, if we get a dog bite, I'm going to be very concerned again. But for now, I will take at face value the information we were given. And I give it credence because we have a professional staff, and I respect that staff. And I thank you for your service. And I really have nothing else to report tonight because we didn't have any special meetings. We were all busy just trying to either run for re-election or decide not to, one or the other, many of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, so I'll concur with the previous comments, but I wanted to add something that's really important, Ricky, and that is you put your life on the line for us every day. The whole police department does, the fire department. And one way or another, all of our staff does that in some shape or form. And it's critical that we hold you in the utmost respect and be courteous to you so that we can communicate what we're trying to solve in a situation, which is what we were trying to do. But most important, it doesn't matter who wrote that letter, it's civility that's important. We have a civility code to be fair, to be kind, and to resolve problems and comments from our staff and the community. And I just want to say I wrote you a letter and told you how I felt, and I just want you to know that you are all extremely valuable to me. I've had a company with 200 employees and I knew every single person, their wives, their kids. I knew everybody. And that's the way I feel about our staff, our police department, and you. And that goes for any time in the future when somebody stops using their civility as they should. And I just want to thank you for your kindness and decency all the time. You're a good man, and we're proud to have you as a commander. Thank you.
Commander Lear, thank you for coming tonight and standing up for the whole police department and all the emergency service and all the employees that we have within our city. And I commend you and all your work. Appreciate it.
I just want to say we all took an oath to serve this community, and I know that we all just need to work together to make sure that we're serving the community like they wish.
Well done. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, actually, you have council comments. This is the time.
Actually, it's kind of related, but I've been, as many of us have been watching the Olympics, and this is our Olympic team right here. All the employees of this city, as well as it runs, and as well as it operates, as well as it makes us feel safe. And we're able to operate in a very safe, wonderful environment because of our staff, because of our council, and because of our leadership here. And when you see people come together and join in on the celebration, even if they don't win, they're celebrating with their compatriots and their friends. So I just want to say that's how I feel about the city of Paso Robles. This is a really nice team of people, and I highly respect all the individuals, as I always have, in our staff and our council. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Good. Chris? Okay. All right. Then we'll close that item S, and we will move on to the next agenda item, presentations. Item 1, capital project report, and I think Ditas has that. Ditas?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and the audience here and city staff. This is our once-a-month report on capital projects in the Department of Public Works, and I'll start with Creston Road. I just wanted to point out to you that we are in the most challenging portion of the Creston Road project. You will see on the upper left corner of the picture is a very tall shoring plate. The reason we need that is because the sewer is about 20 to 25 feet deep. And so we need to make sure that we put the shoring plate to keep the soil to keep the soil from going into the deep trench. And you can see on the right side, they're lowering that trench plate. So that equipment is very valuable to save lives from people that are working. And here, the progress of the trench plate being installed on the 2 pictures above. The other 2 pictures below, you can see there are actually people, human beings, down there in the 20 to 25 feet deep trench. And you can see there's even existing, is there anything here? Oh, there's even existing pipes that cross there, that those are existing storm drains, water mains, or whatever that's out there. And they're down there 20 feet down in the ground, and they're just relying on the fact that that trench plate will keep the soil from caving in and burying them. So it's a very challenging part of the project, and I just wanted to share that with the community.
Ditas, are they replacing sections of the waistline there, or with
Yes, they are. Actually, they're not replacing, they're installing new. At the next council meeting, I'll explain. So a long time ago, the Orchard Bungalow track went down Tanner, and instead of installing a sewer line on Creston Road, they saw there was a sewer line behind Bolin. So they went across Creston, went to Bolin, and so that kept them from having to do sewer on Creston. It saved them a lot of money. but that Bowling Trunk sewer was undersized. And so through the years, our city staff has been maintaining that constantly, and then it's aged through the ages. And so when Creston Road project came through, the sewer division said, let's cut off that sewer flow and put a new line on Creston Road. And that's what we're doing. It's about 1,000 feet, and it connects an existing manhole on Farrell Lane, kind of near Farrell Lane, and it goes all the way to Shannon Hill. So that, with that construction, that will keep the sewer coming from the the Tanner area and going into Creston, and then alleviating all the work and the undersized sewer that's going on in Bowling Drive.
Very good. Thank
So
you.
I just wanted to share again here some picture. There's another gentleman at the top. Is this the top left there, working and putting in the new sewer line. And okay, sorry. The other thing, let me go back. Sorry. I think I'm going the wrong way.
Yep.
In addition to the sewer, because when we get to the sewer is coming down on Farrell Lane, it's live sewer, so we have to put in a sewer bypass system so people can continue flushing their toilets. So we have a sewer bypass system that picks up the existing sewer while they're working. And so there's a big pump. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a big pump. Basically, it pumps the existing sewer and keeps people in service while they're constructing this pipeline. So it's very challenging, and really, that's why the traffic control is the way it is. And we appreciate people's patience as they're having to wait and go back and forth, because obviously we don't have room for two-way traffic, so they have to go one at a time. In fact, when they were putting in the deep sewer, that's when we had to do 24-hour flagging, because we couldn't put it back together to do the two-way in the overnight hours. So even after all that, we still have to, this is phase 2, forget that. This is what it looks like in the end. So the end is still not here. It's still far away. We still have to put a signal at Walnut. We still have to put pedestrian enhancements at Trigo, Ivy, and at Nickerson. And there's still storm drain that needs to be done, and so the project will be completed early 2026. So that's the projected timeline. The other project that we recently completed is the 17th Street project. This is photos in progress as the curbs and gutters were being installed. We're well past that, obviously, because it's already been completed. And here's the final paving of 17th Street from Chestnut to Spring. And then we took the opportunity to add angled parkings to increase the inventory of parking available adjacent to Bowerspec Elementary School. Now this is Right Way, and this project is a new street on Dry Creek Road, and it's this is just progress pictures, but if you go there right now, that paving is completed. The other project we're doing is the EDA Economic Development Administration Grant Project. These are all the segments that we're doing. And currently, they've been on Vine Street and Theater Drive for quite some time. They are now moving into the downtown area. This is 15th Street. They're going down, they're on Spring Street at 15th and installing a conduit towards the eastern part of 15th Street. Here's some more pictures. So a while back, we had come to the council and asked you to reject some bids that we received for the Sierra Bonita Turtle Creek paving. We were about ready to start that project when we found out the gas company was going to come and have to rehabilitate their gas mains. So I just wanted to show you pictures of what they're doing out there. So can you just imagine if we had gone ahead and did the paving and then turn around and the gas company would be poking all these very large holes on all those streets? I don't think people would be happy if we had done that. So I just wanted to show you why we had to reject the bids so we could start finish their project, so gas company can finish their project, and then we can come and restore all the holes that they have punctured. The other project that's coming up is our annual, this is the Elm Court, Palm Court Road. It's pretty much completed. These are in progress photos at a cross gutter at Palm Court as it connects at Shannon Hill. And here's the paving part that's completed. And this is Elm Court with the paving completed as well. So what's up, now that we're completing all this, what's upcoming? So we do have our pavement refreshment striping project. Actually, when I prepared this PowerPoint presentation, they were just getting ready to start. They started this week and they're going pretty quickly. They're just about done, only 2 more weeks. So the project is Dallins Drive from Buena Vista to Jenna Court, Tower Road, Airport to Jardine, Theater Drive, the city limit, the southern part of the city limits, all the way to kind of where the hotel is over there. And then we're also refreshing the left turn pocket at Creston Road at Grand Canyon. Finally, I just want to let you know that we have reached a major milestone on our Union Road overcrossing project. Caltrans signed the final environmental documents. And I just want to encourage the community to go on our website and they can read the final environmental documents. Probably they're most interested in the responses. Some of them provided some comments to the initial distribution of the document. And in this final environmental document, the city staff and their consultants did provide responses to those comments. So those people who provided comments may want to access our website so they can see for themselves what was the response to their comments. And based on the CEQA law, we're required to keep this for 30 days to let people know of the availability of the final environmental documents. And that at the conclusion of that 30 to 45 days, then the document becomes final. I think that's it for me. And I will now turn it over to Dave Licaro unless anyone else has questions from the council.
Questions for Ditas? Great job. Okay, thank you, Ditas.
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, David Licaro, Public Works Operations Manager. Got a couple of projects here that I want to share with you, one that's in the works and one that's been completed. So this is, many of you may have seen this in the past, but we just wrapped up a project here on Union Road. It's the Union Road Drainage Repair Project. It's located in between Montebello Oaks Road and Prospect. So it's right alongside the roadway there. Significant storm events have really damaged this little roadway drainage. As you can tell here on the left picture, it's scoured a lot of the bank side, has taken a lot of soil away. In fact, it threatened to undermine the sidewalk adjacent to the drainage. We just started, it was about a 3-week project. It saddled our 4th of July event, so we had to pause just a little bit. But the contractors were able to get this done. Essentially what we did here, as you can see on the right-hand side, which is the same location as where the sidewalk was about to be damaged, the contractor recontoured the drainage. We lined it with geotextile matting, and then we put some 10 to 12 inch rock to stabilize the slopes. And to finish it all off, we did a hydroseed mix that then stabilizes the soil and ready for some growth for some of natural seeds on that. So we're looking forward to seeing how that thing acts. in the coming wet season. Here's a look upstream. It's difficult to see on this one. Oh, there's the laser. Okay, you can see up here, this is the inlet. That was severely undermined and damaged as well. So we put a flared end section that essentially allows the water to distribute evenly through the drainage. And again, same application with the rock, the geotextile fabric, and the hydroseed. So I'm excited to see this actually completed, and we're moving on to the next drainage projects that we have going on.
David, this is southeast from Union Road, isn't it? Up that.
Yeah,
drainage.
that's just if you're at the Peanut Roundabout and you're going east, you look to your left and you'll see that on your left-hand side.
That's where.
So yeah, it's right alongside. It's a good stretch, but it's been damaged for quite some time. So I'm thrilled to see this actually completed and looking really good right now.
Well done.
John,
Chris, go ahead.
thank you. David,
Yes,
thank you. This looks good. The area has, like you said, has been damaged for a long time.
Yes, sir.
The recent rains, has that exacerbated this condition?
Absolutely.
And additional paving upstream and causing more additional runoff? Any thoughts about that?
It's difficult to tell. You know, the intensity of the rains, it seems like more recently have increased.
Right.
And so when you have something that already has sustained damage, it just
Magnifies
seems to unravel quicker,
Right. Yeah.
if that makes any sense. So, but with respect to paving upstream and whatnot, it's hard to speculate.
So we'll
David,
keep an eye on it. Thanks very much. This
Yes,
looks
sir.
good.
One quick question that Chris got me going here. Do we have any intelligence yet what next winter is going to be like? And is it going to be a big, heavy weather? Have you heard anything about what's going to?
I haven't. I maintain, just continuing to read and seeing when things are coming up. And we all experienced last Friday's little drips and drizzle, which was kind of random. But, I continue to kind of take a look at the NOAA forecast and see what we might see. All we can do is make sure that we're doing all of this stuff in preparation for that, making sure that everything's buttoned down, cleaned up. So we're doing all of our operations, all the drainage and stormwater work. It's imperative that we do that during the dry season because we have no shot in the wet season. So this is the time to get the projects done.
Good. Fred Strong?
Do we have anybody that is in the geology field or the hydrology field that is keeping track of the international scientific work being done? Because I know the Atlantic Ocean is being threatened sometime in the next 25 years to drastic changes, which is going to change all of northern Atlantic and upper Europe. And that's also going to affect the entire flow of water, warm and cold, from Antarctica to the Arctic. Is that in any way going to affect the Pacific? And if so, how is that then going to affect our weather? Do we have any idea at all?
That's a tough one for me, sir.
I think it's way above his pay grade, but
all right.
It's a tough one.
Well, like I said, we continue to track it, and we do rely on the experts. So as much as we can, we have our stormwater manager, Kim Porter, who is keeping an eye on that. We're involved in a lot of California-wide and federal and statewide, federal-wide, national-wide consortiums that talk about climate resiliency, what we do to prepare for those types of events. So to the best we can, we inform ourselves.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that seemed a little over the top, but now at the national level, I'm responsible for the ports. So I have to keep an eye on that sort of thing there, and then how it might affect our ports and our system over here as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just have one more project. You folks may be aware of it. We have the continued efforts here, Centennial Creek Restoration Project. This is 100% funded by Caltrans. We're just lucky enough to be the receiver site for some of these mitigation funds that they've been needing to apply. This is the second phase. So this phase is a construction and rehabilitation of the creek itself, which means what we're doing is we're widening some of the creek channels to slow some of the water down. We're putting in these rough and riffles, moving right to left, which I probably should have flipped it, but you can see, you can see the excavator cutting into the channel, making a little bit of a bed. We have some larger boulders and rock, and then we line that opening, which is called a rough and riffle, which essentially emulates a natural creek stream corridor. And so that's what we're trying to do, is really kind of bring back Centennial Creek to its natural capability of addressing and mitigating stormwater flow, velocity, bringing some of the sediment down from upstream, and then really just kind of bringing some beautification back. I realize there's an inconvenience of having the road, the trail closed for a lot of folks that like to walk their dogs and walk and so forth. But I'm really trying to push these folks to get it open here towards the end of August. Once we get that open, we'll be able to start doing plantings, and plantings will be mainly canopy cover, those types of things to bring a little bit more shade, a little bit more beautification back to Centennial Creek. And that's all I have for you folks tonight, unless you have other questions.
Thank you, David.
Sure.
Chris?
David,
Yes, sir.
there's no liner being used under the riffles. It's just all natural settled?
This is all natural. We're trying to use it's a coconut fiber and so in some sections you'll see a coconut fiber that's lining the secondary channels.
But it's permeable.
It's a little bit different. It will be permanent, yes, sir.
No, permeable.
Yes, yes, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, David.
Great, thank you so much.
Yep. Next, we have, I think, Frida. Is Frida got a presentation? No. No?
She says no, she's shaking her head.
Okay. Mark, you guys have the reports? Yeah, the airport update? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having me here to give a brief update on the FBO negotiations process. So staff has had the opportunity to extend invitations to the City Council and Airport Commission for 221 meetings. We've concluded those meetings. They were successful, and we did incorporate some of the ideas brought through that meeting into a term sheet for the FBO negotiations. That term sheet is about 15 pages long. It's essentially the starting point for our negotiations. On Monday, we gave that term sheet to Lloyd's Aviation for their review, and on Thursday and Friday of this week, we'll be holding in-person negotiations with them to hammer out the details of the contract. In addition to the FBO contract, we're negotiating the other 3 short-term rental agreements, one with Joe's Diner, Mercier, and Soar Paso. We're very close to concluding those. They're short-term, easier agreements to negotiate. They've been given a copy of the agreement, and they're providing us comments. Expect to bring back those 4 agreements next month for a start date of October 1st. Any questions?
No. Chris?
Mark, what's the term of the lease?
Which one?
Lloyd's?
Lloyd's, that's certainly up to negotiation. We're starting at a shorter term with an extension upon completion of some capital improvements.
So we're going to go beyond the 5-year that we had originally approved?
Potentially based on the amount of capital improvements they're going to put into it, but it's certainly up for negotiation.
I see. Thank you.
Steve?
So, Mark, are you keeping One Niner Diner about the same?
Yeah, the concept with the 3 subtenants is to keep them essentially what they have now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I think we're done.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public wish to have any comment on anything that the staff has brought up? Yeah.
Dale Augustin, just my usual about the Crescent Road project. I still think the planning was illogical. We started out at the south end of town, coming from a 2-road road into a 4-lane road, then go down, choke down to a 2-lane, then back to a 4-lane, and then we're going to go to a roundabout to choke it down to 2-lane again. And then when we get to the 13th bridge, we're back to 4-lane. That just seems illogical.
Anyone else? Okay. Move on then to general public comment. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk before you speak. We have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on an item that is scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to speak at the time it is being considered. So first up, welcome.
Judges.
Yes, if you're ready.
Hi, Council. My name is Grace Hall. I'm the owner of Dub's Green Garden Cannabis Delivery Service. I also own the building located at 1124 Black Oak Drive in Paso Robles, and that's where Dub's Green Garden is located at. We've been in operation for over 10 years. We've been licensed by the state of California since 2019 at that location. About 2 years ago, the city of Paso Robles was moving in a direction to allow for a cannabis dispensary in town. A consultant was hired and a survey was completed, and the results of that survey showed that the majority of the citizens of Paso Robles wanted a dispensary in town, and Mayor Martin at the time, he was in favor of that as well. After Mayor Martin's passing, everything having to do with cannabis has completely come to a standstill, and there's no mention of it anywhere. So I'm here because I would like to open a cannabis dispensary at my location at 1124 Black Oak Drive, and I was directed by staff to come and speak at public comment and ask the council if they could agendicize that item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll talk. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name's Cliff Branch, and I'm here in a very civil manner. I assume that the council, staff, planning, city manager, received a letter I sent a couple weeks ago. It was a result of a letter that the Halls had sent, that they sent to me. I own some property in Paso Robles. I deal regularly with several cities. And Fred, we just did a couple 100 feet of seawall out in Morro Bay that collapsed. And for the global warming, we now have all of our docks out there that go up 11 feet up and down. We had to raise the walls. It's at least the Coastal Commission has incorporated the latest in that. Anyway, so I'm not going to go into what that I sent, but I've had a front row seat for the last 15 years or so with Paso, and I've been very involved with Haslo and Echo and what happened out in Black Oak Drive. You're all familiar with that. It's been a pretty sad situation. I don't have any ownership in any of this business. I'm here simply because I watched very closely and was in city meetings with council, Mayor Martin, Ty Lewis, etc. And I feel that this family has been let down by the city. I don't think it was planned, but I was there, and promises were made and not kept. It's a difficult situation. I know Scott Graham for years when he was out in Morro Bay as the city manager, and he's director of Haslo now. He wasn't there then. But at any rate, what I said in my letter, I feel strongly about. And we're trying to find some way the city, I think, can do the right thing by this family. There's plenty of mitigation. There's plenty of solutions. And that's pretty much it. I hope the city will actually do something. And I don't know if Haslo, I've talked to them at length. Echo, I don't think they have any objections to what this family wants. They've been hurt very much financially. I sent a copy of a letter that I got from a real estate agency about the devaluation of their property because what the government had done. The city, for a lot of years, has asked the Halls to do this and then this and then this, and they've done it all. And we've tried to cooperate. Certainly never just tried to get along. That's why I'm here tonight. I hope the city does something about it that's actual, something that will happen. Anyway, I heard the beep. Does anybody have any questions or anything? I assume everybody got my letter?
We got it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Michael?
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. Just want to make some comments. We should not only treat our police officers and fire department. My son's a fireman, paramedic. He's going to be retiring in 4 years, which is kind of scary for a dad. But I can tell you that not only should we respect and honor the people that work in the city, we need to respect and honor our citizens. We need to understand that the work that's done on this dais affects Roblin's directly. Taxation, inflation, all the things that our citizens are being forced to endure right now. You know, I heard a statistic just recently. The fastest growing group of homeless are women over 65 years old. Can you imagine that? These are grandmas, and they're going homeless. We need to really lift up the entire community, and we really need to start looking at how the policies of this dais work either for or against our people. And if we're prioritizing, and I've said this before, prioritizing who's at the top of our agenda. And the top of our agenda, the only reason for our existence as a council and as staff is to serve the people. That's all you're here for. Police protection, fire protection, numero 1 and 2. After that, we do all the other things. Roads, by the way, we're not doing a very good job of that. It's one of the things, if I'm elected to this city council, I will make a big effort to do. Because we need to get, and I've said this before, we need to start looking inwardly at how we're doing business. Sometimes I feel as though there's a us against them mentality. And what's happened to the Dubs in the recent past, because of the policies of this dais, has basically made their property been reduced significantly. I hope we fix that. These are hardworking, good people. And if I were sitting on this dais, I would say they, as Roblins, need to be looked at and how they've been injured. So with that being said, people can go to michaelforcouncil.vote and see what I stand for. Thank you.
Chip?
Hi, Jeff Carr, Paso Robles. First off, I have to comment on the discussion that the mayor opened up the meeting with, because it kind of blew me away. Because I was here at the last council meeting, and the mayor used a lot of dramatic and hard words that I have to go back now and listen to that conversation, because it kind of went over my head, because I didn't realize it didn't impact me that way. Perhaps it did impact the officer that way. That's between, I guess, him and you. But I'll go back and look at it, because it was not something that I saw. And but I know there was a lot of heated discussion on that park issue. Unfortunately, most of it, unfortunately, was on social media and didn't translate here. And that was surprising to me, very disappointing to me. It was a discussion that I kind of stayed on the sidelines of, but I can tell you for sure that issue with dogs in the park has been ambiguous to me or confusing to me since the day I got into this town, and still confusing to me. But I understand there's a lot of things that happen here that, certain things there's not budget to fix certain things, or there's not budget to be actively enforcing every little law. I understand all that. And if I have a problem with that, I know where the buck stops, right? So I can go to it wouldn't be a police officer that I would be questioning. It would be, the city manager, obviously. So yeah, I'm going to have to go back and check that out, because it went way over my head. I guess I had another question too. Well, it was recently brought up here now about the bringing cannabis issue back to the agenda. I think that's a good idea. I was surprised it was dropped before. You spent a lot of money on a survey. You had a lot of questions, and that bothers me when you spend a lot of money on surveys and they get dropped. And I didn't like the survey. I was against the way it was done. It omitted things like delivery, and it actually omitted the possibility of just making Paso a cannabis-free city. I didn't see that in the survey that I noticed. And I think those are two options that should be openly discussed, because I wasn't for delivery, but I'm actually more open to a dispensary because at least they're in a fixed location and not driving around my neighborhood. So I wanted to comment on that since that was brought up. And while I'm up here and got 26 seconds left, there was another issue that I want to talk about later, but in this staff report, someone made a reference to the climate plan that we have. And it didn't have a date on the plan or a URL for it, but the last plan was in 2013, and it had some data that compared 2005 with a future 2020. But I've never seen any follow-up on that plan. And if that's the latest plan, if there's never been any updates, I'd like maybe if somebody could refer me to what office here could update me on what's going on with that, since it was referenced in the document tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dale?
Dale Guston. I missed the meeting about the dogs in the park. I had this beautiful Great Pyrenees that was the most well-mannered, loved dog we ever had. She even came to the dedication of the roundabout. Nobody even hardly knew she was there, but she was in some of the pictures. And we often brought her to the concerts in the park. But we stayed off to the side and made sure that she wasn't near anybody because I knew about the ordinance. However, I got to tell you, as much as I thought there was a great purpose for that ordinance, the signage was horrible. They never fixed that dang signage. And so most people didn't know about the ordinance. And so it was ignored. And I don't care if they have the ordinance or they don't, but I just hope people will respect other people, keep their dogs on a leash, and make sure that they don't leave dog droppings for other people to pick up. I also am not going to run for city council. Councilperson Roden, I'm in your district, but since you made the motion to get rid of that paid parking, I'm going to give you another chance. However, I thought that ordinance was determined illegal, and I've heard nothing about a report of refunding all the fines that were issued as a result of that illegal ordinance. I'd like some kind of report from staff on that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience? No? Melissa, do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll bring it back to council. We saw
Mr. Mayor,
I'm
I'm wondering if it's appropriate to ask if we can agendize the cannabis
well, I was
delivery.
going to suggest, that's where I was going. For the Dubs situation, I would say, I think it would be best that on our 101s with our city manager, that you discuss with them your preferences on this. And if he feels like that we should have that as agendized with enough majority, would that be the proper way of doing this then?
I'll need to go back and look at the archives, or maybe Ms. Hall remembers, but last time I think council took an action not to bring it back. So I think at that point we would probably need to readdress the issue from one of the council members that would have voted against it.
Yeah, we would have to go back and confirm, but from what I recall, there was a motion to table the item. So any one of you at this point could make a motion to, or request that we bring the item back if it's the will of the majority to discuss it again.
And I think I'd be happy to make that motion if it's in order.
Sure.
Okay. Do we have support for that?
No, but
no, it's
the
just
attorney said in this case we can't because it's a
Elizabeth,
tabled item from a previous.
How do you
meeting.
want to handle that?
Discussion and make a motion.
Elizabeth, what's our
If
direction?
you would like to request us to bring an item back on your agenda, just as you do during any time when you have council comments and you want to address an item, then you do that. You come to a consensus, ask us to bring it back. If that's what you so desire, we'd be happy to do that.
And do we have to have a majority of the council to say that?
Do we have to have a motion, or can we just raise our hands?
You just do it by consensus. If there's a general consensus among you that you want to hear an item, just like you do anytime there's public comment to discuss an item, you could do that.
Okay. I think in fairness, that'd be a good thing to ask for.
Okay, we have one. Do we have others?
Want to do this now or schedule?
I think the public would like to know what.
Are we going to bring it back or not?
But it
That's
just
all.
sets a precedent next time.
We have done it, you've done it this way many times, the follow-up to council or to public comment, a request to address an issue that's been raised. So I don't think it's out of order at this point. My question is, do we have a consensus among the council to bring back something related to cannabis or the status of your?
Discuss what?
No, just bring it back for discussion.
Bring it back
For discussion of the cannabis issue is what I've heard so far.
And then at the discussion, we could make a decision as to what we're going to do.
We're not bringing you back an ordinance. We're not bringing you back anything like that. What I've heard so far is there was public comment that they wanted to hear more about cannabis regulation in the city. And I've got some thumbs up from a couple of council members.
So we have 1, 2, 3. We have enough then to bring it back.
So
for
we
an
have
agenda item.
general consensus to come back with an item in the near future to discuss cannabis regulation in the city.
Yep.
Does that give you enough to go on?
It does, and as based upon what you had suggested earlier, I will make sure that I talk with each of you to make sure that any concerns that you have are included in that discussion.
Very good. Thank you, Todd. I think we had one from Dale at the end also requesting a report on the traffic fines that were being repaid.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. This data is as of July 23rd. As far as the downtown parking refund data, that's citation and parking sessions, we have refunded approximately $20,791. And then as far as this downtown senior parking permit program, that totals about $27,480 for a grand total of $48,271.
Okay, and those were the ones that applied for reimbursement.
That's for the citations and parking sessions. They applied for reimbursement, and the senior discount permits were automatically refunded to those individuals.
Yeah, those were not needed to be asked for. Right. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, Jeff.
I believe Mr. Carr had asked for a reference to a staff member to talk about the climate plan. I'm assuming.
Right. Is that what you like, Jeff? Climate plan?
It was,
Yeah, Katie's in our planning department, so let's get Katie up.
We have not updated the climate action plan since the first one was adopted.
Okay.
Katie, it exists, though.
I believe Mr. Carr referenced 2012. That sounds about right. That's the only climate plan that we have.
Right, and that lays out the criteria and the requests from the state. Right?
And that was a climate plan only good through 2020?
It is expired and no longer compliant with state law, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Maybe we can talk with Warren about that department and see what can be done to the agenda to get that started. So, okay. I think then we're finished at that point with public comment, unless somebody else has anything further. All right. Then moving on to item N, agenda items to be deferred. City Manager Lewis, do we have anything that is to be deferred?
No, sir.
Okay. Next, we have overview of the items on consent calendar. Go ahead and read that, what we have going on.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our first item is approval of the July 16th, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the July 16th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 3 is received with the advisory body minutes for the CSD Special Joint Reorganization on June 26th and the Youth Commission on May 1st. Item number 4 is cancellation of the September 3rd, 2024 regular City Council meeting. Item number 5 is receipt of the warrant register. As has been our recent tradition, I think there's about 13 items on there that meet the amount of 100,000 or more and are considered notable. First one is the San Luis Obispo County visitors. It's a May 2023 and outstanding months. That's for our TMD in the amount of 126,481. Destination, it's for the PRTID, which is also from May of 2023 and previous months for $167,926.88. We have one to PG&E, and it's for Rolling Hills and Crescent Roundabout lights. That's for $141,324.52. We have one to the County Public Works Department regarding the Nassau Water Operating Fund annual billing, $5,208,947.20. We have Leo Tidwell Excavating for an EDA grant for our fiber network, which is in the amount of $478,954.17. We have two to BBK. First is for March of financial year 24. The second is for April for attorney's fees. First amount is $117,858.27. Second amount is $101,805.70. We have one to Midland Pacific for a final bond for $1,836,697.36. That's a refund. Badger Meters, which is part of our update for the AMI project, $251,729.07. And we have another to PG&E for utilities out of the water department for $100,844.50. We have two to U.S. Bank for general obligation refunding bonds. The first is an amount of $1,606,000 and the second for $525,000. Item number 6 is a second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance number 1142, amending Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 2.24 for emergency operations. Chief Stornetta and his staff updated us on that recently. Item number 7 is the acceptance of the California Energy Commission Clean Energy Planning Program grant and authorizes the city manager to enter into the associated grant agreement. Item number 8 is approval of an amendment to the contract with Tanco Lighting to initiate the purchase of the city's street lighting system from Pacific Gas and Electric, which we also recently had an update on. And last but not least is approval of the first amendment to operating memorandum number 1 of the Olson South Chandler Ranch Development Agreement, modifying timing of certain improvements. And that concludes the consent calendar discussion.
All right. Thank you, Ty. All right. These are items on consent are considered routine and are not normally requiring separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public that has a specific question or wants clarification on an item, we will address them now before the vote is taken. Any member of the council or public wishes to pull full discussion on an item will cause the item to be pulled and then also sent to the end of the consent agenda, or actually the discussion items agenda portion of the agenda tonight. So we'll begin with the council. Anybody have a question?
I do.
Start off with Mr. Bausch.
I'd like to pull item P4, and I may want to pull item P8, but I'd like to ask a question first.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and get that question, Chris, on 8.
So is this $300,000, is this for the consultant, or is this for the purchase of the light poles?
This is for the consultant fee to assist.
Thank you, Ditas. I would like to pull P8, please.
Okay. All right. Steve, you're okay?
Question on 9.
Question on 9.
What is the specific modification? Is this have anything to do with utilities?
David Athy, city engineer. Councilman Strong, could you repeat your question? I didn't think I caught all of it.
Okay, the operating memorandum number 1 of Olson South Chandler Ranch. What specifically is the request? Are they going to delay some utilities or what?
So the request is to delay certain improvements, and those are listed in the attachment 3. They include some signals on Creston and on Creston Road, and some park improvements that are required for the project. And what it does, we went back and we looked at for the road improvements when they're actually needed. So at what time does the impact grow to the point where we need to mitigate those impacts.
I see.
So that's what this does. It actually establishes that point, which is 350th unit. It gives them an extra 6 months. They're having trouble with the bidding process, trying to find a bidder to build those signal improvements. It also provides bonds to the city, so financial assurances that those improvements will be built. So if they don't build it, things go belly up, we'll be able to notify the bonding company, pull them. We have the plans. They're all approved at this point, ready to go, shovel ready. So if we had to, we don't like doing it, but we could build those improvements.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with the lane, any of the utility improvements across Commerce Way.
That's correct. Those are still required prior to final of the first unit. So we're working diligently to get that sewer.
Do we have a timeline on those yet?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a timeline on those yet?
Yes, they're scheduled to go to construction in October, and we're finalizing the last easement that's needed.
Thank you, because that's the only thing holding up Commerce Way,
That's correct.
as I understand. Thank you. All right, no objection then.
All right. Sharon, do you have anything? Okay. We'll go ahead and open it up for anybody at the public having any questions on any items. Mike?
I don't want anything pulled, but I just want to get some clarification. On the warrants, the $126,481 to the San Luis County visitors and the Paso Robles destination, $167,000, roughly almost $300,000. Was that just for, now that's out of the TOT, correct?
Mr. Cornell can answer those, but those are the self-assessments. So the self-assessments that they have, yes. It doesn't come out of the city's TOT.
Right, I understand.
We're just a pass-through.
We're the pass-through, but we collect that TOT.
Correct.
That portion of the TOT. Just wanted clarification. And the Nacimiento Water Operating Fund annual billing, are we using Nacimiento Water now?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have been.
Yeah. Do we know how many acre feet we're using at this stage?
Christopher or...
Is it supplemental? Is it, what is the...
You want to ask a question?
David Athy, Water Resources Manager. So we are currently using about 2,200 gallons per minute of Nacimiento Lake water. I don't have an acre foot.
Is that being injected into the river flow, or is that
it's both being treated through our plant and also infiltrated in the river for capture.
Glad for that. $5 million. Thank God. And basically, that's my questions. I just think we need to really think about these pass-throughs. And
okay, Jeff?
Yeah, hi. I guess I won't request to necessarily pull it, but I have a number of questions on item 7 that I'd like to ask or go
Go ahead if we can.
Okay, so the original direction here on this item that we're talking about was to explore and apply for relevant federal and state grants to fund a potential regional facility for advanced processing of biosolids and necessary associated infrastructure. So we have the one grant being presented tonight. I was curious, I guess I have a lot of questions. What is the status of the annexation part of the project? Is this one of many grants? Have we identified other grants, or is this the only one? Do we have others coming down the line that we've applied for, or we've targeted other grants? And then how does this grant fall into the process? And also, I wasn't quite clear on what this grant was going to do exactly, or what the deliverables were to the state on this grant. It was supposed to help identify some revenue streams and possibly some costs, and maybe some other state laws that would help them in getting grants and money for this project. But it wasn't entirely clear to me. I've actually since gone to record requests and asked for the actual application, and hopefully the application will clear that up, because I wish that would have been provided in the report, actually. And I asked about the climate plan already, got that answer, and I guess that's it. That's, well, the other question I had was, I was wondering, so this is $100,000. What does $100,000 buy me in burden labor in the city? I mean, how many hours? What is that going to be? And I wonder if they actually have, what is the kind of the basic plan for finishing this grant of those hours that they're going to spend on it? Do they have an idea of what it's going to take and what they're going to do to finish it? And what is the end date? I think the end date for the grant is actually in 2026, but I was wondering when the city plans on finishing.
We'll get our solid waste manager and recycling, Adam Spalding,
Adam,
come on up.
Your turn, Adam.
Yeah.
He's going to answer a bunch of your questions now.
Yeah, try to get as many of those as possible.
Yeah.
So this is the CEC. Oh, I guess we can do all of them at once. I'll try to do it. So try to keep this one as straightforward as possible because this is tied directly to something we're going to have to do at the landfill anyway. So we have a gas flare at the landfill, and so we're exploring opportunities to convert that into energy to see how that can build out into, potentially a revenue stream or creating reliable, sustainable energy. So that grant, you're going to be a little disappointed in the grant application. That one was one page. They're like, we don't want to read a lot. Give us a really high level view of what you're looking at. And so then I identified that we wanted to look to upgrade the landfill gas. We wanted to look at what interconnection could potentially look like. And then additionally, if we had other opportunities to sell, store, et cetera. And so that grant is for the planning that will give us more information so I can present a better opportunity for the council and the city to understand what potential exists at the site and what we could potentially be doing. As far as other grants, there's a lot. So I'm looking at a bunch of different stuff. There's the CFI grant, which is a federal grant, which is the charging and fueling infrastructure grant. There's the EPIC. There's two separate EPIC grants that are coming up. So honestly, there's like 7 of them on my desk right now. Happy to get together and discuss what those look like. Right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build out the best opportunity for the council to understand what opportunity exists at the landfill, and then to explore all those possibilities. So if it's upgrading the landfill gas instead of flaring methane, converting it, solar opportunities at the landfill, there's a brownfields grant, so we convert a brownfield into solar. It's a bright field, so we're looking at doing that when we do some partial final closure at the landfill. And then the CFI grant and other transportation grants, they're really keen on not only electricity being on site, which we would use for some of this grant stuff, but then additionally, the ability to potentially build out a hydrogen hub. So the RTA could potentially put a bus terminal there, and then also it would connect the Central Valley to the Central Coast and some other potential stuff. So just looking at a bunch of different things, but I'll send you an email. You'll get it back with the grant application and then any further questions I can answer as well.
Mr. Carr is a regular at our integrated waste management, so he's pretty vested on waste. So very good. Thank you, Adam.
Any other questions from the council?
I'm good.
Good. I think he had a couple of questions about how far $100,000 buys in hours within the city and what is an end date.
So the end date is, I think, the March of 2026. I fully anticipate spending that much quicker than that. This is going to be earmarked for a third-party vendor to come in and give us some expert analysis of all these other things that we don't typically do as a city. As far as how far that goes, I guess it depends on who you're spending it on. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you hours. My hours are
I have a question.
Doing this all the time.
Doesn't this increase our capacity ability a little bit too?
Capacity how? What it does is we're due for a flare upgrade just by how much methane we have in there. So we're already going to be looking at doing some work in there. With this report and what we're hoping to get out of it, it'll give us a better frame on saying, hey, an upgrade costs X, or if we're going to go towards generating our own electricity, it'll cost Y, and then we'll be able to have a real discussion about like real numbers and say, all right, this is going to be the best option moving forward.
Okay, very good. So we're getting more information that we need for decision making.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay. I think we're good at this point for public. Anybody else having any questions from the public side? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Then we have items 4 and 8 pulled by Mr. Bausch. So with further, we have discussion and or action on the remainder of the consent.
So I'd like to make a motion, we approve items 1 through 3, 5 and 6, and 8 and 9.
And 7 also.
Oh, 7.
Not
That's on
8.
hold. Oh, not 8, I'm sorry.
Right.
7 and not 8 and 9.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on then to discussion items. Item 1, approval of oak tree removal permit, modification of building envelope for construction of single-family residence located at 1707 La Ventana. And Katie, you have that item.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. Yes, this is an oak tree removal permit for a new single-family residence, but it also includes a modification to a building envelope that was adopted with the subdivision for this neighborhood. So this is located in tract 2620, which was recorded back in 2006. It was a subdivision that included 16 lots for single-family homes and also had 9 acres of open space. So I think it's important to take, this oak tree removal in context that the large area, you can see where it's written in tract, it says tract 2620. That's all preserved area that obviously has the highest percentage of the oak trees that were on the original site. So a good deal of the subdivision was already preserved in oak trees there. But each building, each lot was approved with a building envelope where the structure was meant to go to preserve the remaining oak trees that were scattered within the buildable lots of the subdivision. Since 2006, 6 of the other lots in that subdivision have had their building envelopes modified. And so just for context, the council has made these modifications a number of times before this evening. So this is the sheet in the subdivision map that shows the building envelopes. They are creatively drawn in order to preserve oak trees. So you've got a lot of interesting shapes. Most houses are built rectilinearly with straight corners, and the building envelopes are rather curved and they're not square in shape, I guess is the phrase I want to go to. So we're looking at lot number 9, which is where the 1707 Via Lantana will be located. The orangish yellow line there is the building envelope for this lot. There are 2 oak trees that are going to be close to construction. There's actually the tree up near the front of the lot as well, but the 2 that we'll be looking at pictures of are tree number 73 and tree number 74. Only tree number 73 is proposed for removal, and tree 74, which is actually on the adjacent lot, would be retained. So there's tree 73 that would be so tree number 73 is a 9-inch valley oak tree. The arborist reports that it is in poor condition. The 2 trees there you see are tree 74 on the left and tree 73 on the right. You can see that the tree 73 has been suppressed by tree 74, so it's not a specimen tree. It's a relatively small tree, and it would be impacted. About half of its root zone would be impacted by the proposed residence. So jumping into the building plans, so this is again lot number 9, and oak tree 73 there is at the end of that green arrow. So the building envelope, this is roughly the location of the building envelope, and the conflict area, I'm not gonna use the pointer. Oh, there it goes. So the conflict area is for tree number 73. There's a portion of this building that's proposed within or proposed outside of the building envelope where development is supposed to occur in this subdivision. Did I do something wrong? So the yellow line is the footprint of the house that is proposed, and so you see that's what leaves the building envelope. I will note that the garage on the proposed building is a 3-car garage that does include room for a golf cart. Houses are built all the time with 2-car garages. That's all that's required by the zoning ordinance. It would certainly be possible. This is just a rough, estimate of what a 2-car garage would look like. It would largely stay within the building envelope. And so I think that's important context, is that this is a rather large house and it does include an oversized garage. The oak tree protection ordinance does require the council to consider factors when deciding whether or not to approve an oak tree removal. I've highlighted and put in kind of large font, I think the most pertinent language. The council needs to find that there are no reasonable alternatives to the proposed design and use of the property, and that every reasonable effort has been made to avoid impacting oak trees, including but not limited to the use of custom building design and incurring extraordinary costs to save oak trees. That's, pretty strong language that would indicate that that the applicant should work to do everything they can. But as we've seen, this isn't the highest quality oak tree. So if the council would like to approve this oak tree removal, staff has provided resolutions that would allow you to do that. The first resolution would modify the building envelope on the site. So the blue area is the existing building envelope, and the orange line is what it would be modified to, so that the building envelope would be extended to within 10 feet of that side property line, that southern side property line, which is where the proposed structure is proposed. It's proposed to be as close as 10 feet to that property line. And as I said, if you'd like to approve this tree, if you find that the applicant has met the requirement to do everything possible to save the oak tree, there are two resolutions. The first, as I said, would amend the building envelope for Lot 9 of Tract 2620, and the second would approve the oak tree removal permit itself, allowing the removal of oak tree 73 that we see there on the right, and would require the applicant to replant two 24-inch box native oak trees on the site. That is my last slide. It is. I welcome your questions.
Okay. Start with Councilman Strong.
Yes. It's obvious that the weight of the tree is toward the uphill side. Now, that's toward where the building is going to be, isn't it?
That is correct.
Which indicates, because the other one is obviously killing it off, that it is going to fall at some point, and if it remains, it's going to fall onto the structure and damage it.
I don't know that the arborist analyzed it to that extent. He described it as being in poor condition, didn't recommend its removal.
All right. Well, yeah, but the rest is just basic physics. Yeah, it looks pretty obvious. Thank you.
Chris?
Katie, good report. Where would the two 24-inch box oak trees be sited?
I didn't include it in the presentation slides. It's in the staff report. The arborist report shows that there's plenty of space behind the house. Actually, if I go back.
Just checked that and I missed that.
Yeah, so if you look at, there's a deck at the rear of the building. There's room behind that. There is one oak tree towards the see if I can use the pointer again. So there's an oak tree here, but there's plenty of room. And the arborist had shown that this would be a suitable location for the replanting of oak trees.
And then, sorry to show my ignorance here, what is a 24-inch box?
It has to do with the size of the container. So it's a box that's 24 inches by 24
inches. But it'll be in ground. It's not going to stay in the box.
Correct. Yeah, it's instead of using like a plastic pot, it's a big wooden box because they are rather large trees.
It's a bigger caliber on the trunk.
That's correct.
Basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Katie. We'll open it up to the public. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward. Okay, bring it back to council. Discussion and or action.
Ready to roll.
Go to
All right.
Yeah.
You can do
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I will move that we approve resolution number 24XXXA to amend the building envelope for Lot 9 of Tract 2620.
Second by Gregory.
Two motions, Elizabeth, or one?
You can do it together or separate.
All right, and also I included in that motion then to approve resolution 24XXXB to approve oak tree removal permit 24-07.
Second by Gregory.
Okay, motion by Strong, second by Gregory. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Liz.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. Item 2 on discussions, amendment to the Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 7.5 regarding camping on public property and protection of waterways.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be giving that presentation. Both of our public safety chiefs had family emergencies this week and are out, so I'm pinch hitting. So this item, I think, is something that everybody is fairly familiar with, I hope. The city has had a camping ordinance on the books. It's Chapter 7.5, and it controls camping on public property. And now we're moving for council to consider some amendments to that. Most notably, when we drafted this ordinance originally, it had to do with compliance with Martin v. Boise, which I think the council has had several briefings on, the community has, which really limited a city's or municipality's ability to enforce camping in certain areas of the community. The public safety chiefs have been working on this with our city attorney for several months, the better part of the year, anticipating that some changes, the community expectations are increasing, and we've been working on this, but we're all collectively holding our breath to see what would happen with the Grants Pass Oregon decision, which was resolved favorably by the Supreme Court, which now supports modification and removal of those items first introduced in Martin v. Boise. So there is a red line version of the ordinance that's attached to your staff report that shows the removal of those Martin v. Boise provisions, and it also adds some provisions to additional protections for our waterways, because as the community and the council knows, there are a lot of folks that camp in the Salinas riverbed. So those areas that are controlled and open and owned by the city are now subject to additional enforcement provisions based upon the municipal code updates. So without council, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding these changes, and we can go from there.
Okay, start off with Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, so just for confirmation, Ty, the governor is backing this ordinance?
So immediately after this was passed at the Supreme Court level, or the finding was found, the governor issued an executive order requesting, or directing rather, state resources be used to immediately begin the removal of camps by the homeless throughout various areas under state control.
And then at this point, are we approving the rule or the law, and then we'll talk about how the process will work after we approve it, or how does that work?
That's correct. So again, I apologize for not having the public safety chiefs here to get into more of the plans, but what I can tell you is that the council, the city introduced to the council a few months back our strategic plan regarding homelessness. And as part of that, it's kind of what I refer to as the carrot portion of our plan when it comes to managing the crisis that our community's been faced with. It's the connective tissue. So what I mean by that is there's plans, there's services, there's initiatives all throughout there that support helping and providing that hand up to community members in need that are homeless at this particular time. But we also know through experience that there are a number of folks out there that either have drug addiction issues, they have mental health issues, or other challenges that maybe they either willingly or through various other reasons don't accept the help. So this balances out that equation and provides the police department and our emergency services teams with additional capability when it comes to the enforcement end of it. I can tell you that I've had conversations with the media. I know Chief Nord has as well, where we've made it clear that for us it is definitely a favorable decision, but we've been cleaning camps for a long time now. This just removes some of the barriers that we face with Martin v. Boise, and provides a much more latitude when it comes to the enforcement section of this. So especially with the inclusion of waterways. My direction originally when we embarked on this modification, which now is supported by the Supreme Court, is to be able to provide our community and our emergency services with the most options to be able to enforce, as well as, again, use the other opposite of the spectrum to connect. So I think that the city is in a good position as we move forward, when we look at better addressing some of the challenges that we have. And hopefully, this will better align, which I've always said from the beginning, and I know that Chief Nord echoes this as well, is that, we're never going to be able to arrest our way out of this situation because there's a lot more complicated issues involved regarding social services and drug addiction and mental health. But hopefully this will help better align the court system from the federal to the state levels, as well as the criminal justice system when what I'm referring to is the capabilities of our DA's offices and our sheriff's offices to support local municipalities as we enforce these rules.
Councilman Bausch.
Can I get a short answer? When will enforcement begin?
Enforcement has never ceased, sir.
Well, we have a lot of homeless camps, and we said we couldn't do it because we're waiting on the Boise decision. So we have the Boise decision. The government's in favor. When can we start seeing camps cleaned up and the riverbed cleaned up?
We've never stopped removing camps. We've always continuously removed camps, and when we've taken that action, we've never ceased.
Well, I don't know. Evidence in my eyes when I walk down there says otherwise. So hopefully we can do a better job. I understand your desire and the city's desire to provide services. That's admirable, and I agree with that. But there are some camps down there that really are unsafe, that are dirty. We have defecation and urination in our riverbed. Those need to be cleaned up now. And I would hope that you would take a better approach of making that a priority. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Sharon.
Just so we understand the process a little bit more, we can't just go in and throw people in the back of a truck and all of their stuff go to the trash pile. What is the actual reality of when we talk about cleaning out and the efforts? And why do we have to continue this process over and over and over?
As I noted in some of my previous comments, this is particularly challenging because a lot of these folks, we clean up their camp, we can cite them, and they move down the road. So I've often, the analogy I come up with is that it's similar to painting the Golden Gate Bridge. You start at one end, and as soon as you get to the other, you start again. It's a little bit like whack-a-mole in the sense that they pop up and we deal with them. And that's where I was referring to, my comments to Mr. Bausch, is that hopefully that alignment occurs with the courts and with the justice system, because we can move camps, we can cite people, and we can do all of that. But if the courts don't hold anybody accountable for it, then it's a toothless tiger when it comes to our ability. But that hasn't changed Chief Nord's approach to this. I think he gave updates at the very last council meeting with the statistics and amount of arrests. And I don't know, Commander Renner, if you have any updates. I'm not trying to put you on the spot with that. But the police department has had a very strict tolerance policy with this. Again, it's a challenge that requires an approach that covers the spectrum of options available to a community and to a county and to the state of California. So it's encouraging from my perspective as a former law enforcement officer to see the pendulum swinging back the opposite direction to get that more balanced approach. I think that even communities that have traditionally had a very liberal approach to enforcing homelessness issues are now rethinking that strategy and taking a much more assertive posture. And so again, from our perspective, as a former law enforcement officer, looking at this, I think that it's a much more set of favorable circumstances that doesn't require the city to try and defend itself when it comes to the posture it takes for camp cleanups.
I guess my question is more, correct me if I'm wrong, we have to give notice ahead of time before we come in and remove or arrest individuals or remove their supplies, for lack of a better word, and how long do we have to retain those supplies, and for how long? And if we are not getting help from the judicial system, how long does it take before they're back in the same place again?
Correct. So we as U.S. citizens, it doesn't matter if you're homeless or live in a home, you have a constitutional right to property. Now that's where things get confusing when it comes to the legal system and that support that I've referenced a few times now. In Fresno, they've had a couple bloody noses from taking people's belongings that they considered personal effects. So when we're talking about things like birth certificates, medications, family photos, you name it, a lot of those things were just kind of getting thrown away. And so from that point forward, some of those court decisions have said that we need to properly notice the camps before you clean them up to allow the person to remove those personal effects. Our CAT team and our police officers do a great job of making sure that notice is published. Typically, it's 3 days that we give somebody notice to be able to get those things out of there. And upon return, the camps are often abandoned. All of those other personal effects are removed, and then the cleanup effort begins to remove the feces and the needles, as well as the abandoned property that's often associated with fires within the riverbed.
Well, I think we all are frustrated with the effects of what's going on and how do we answer this problem. This is just step one, is that we now at least are giving the police and fire and other organizations the ability to go in and make changes, but it's not the panacea yet. We're still up against it with the cycle of behavior.
Yeah, this is a trickle-down effect for communities like ours. We're at the bottom rung, a lot of this, and even though we're the tip of the spear when it comes to enforcement or cleanup efforts or all the other requirements that are placed upon us at the county, state, and federal level. So yes, it's not a panacea, but I can't underscore enough how much of a good thing this is for municipalities. I think over the years preceding this that we've really had our hands handcuffed. And so it's been challenging for our local law enforcement officers to meet community expectations, often to meet their own expectations. Yeah. There's nothing more frustrating than to go out there and know that your resources and your options are limited when it comes to enforcing what, by the way, is it's a misdemeanor in our municipal code. So putting somebody in county jail for any long-term event over this just isn't a likely scenario. There's not enough room when you consider that there's probably 200 plus homeless folks that have been identified in our community through point-in-time surveys over the last few years. There is a continuum of services and enforcement options that will be available to our community as well as the others along the Central Coast. But again, it's going to require some alignment with the DA's office, the Sheriff's Department, as well as the courts to really see meaningful change.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. So isn't it true that a lot of both the problem and the solution are legalistic in nature?
I think that it's way beyond that. It's not only legal, but it's our healthcare systems. I think it's our housing crisis that we have. I think that inflation is a factor. I think that drugs and alcohol are an issue.
But I'm thinking of the clean out itself.
The clean out itself, yes, as far as when it comes to providing notice and keeping the city out of a lawsuit for throwing somebody's belongings away that we should have identified as something that we should have retained. And I think, Councilwoman, that I overlooked, how long do we have to retain those? I think I'd have to refer back. I'm a little rusty on those numbers, but I was going to say 90 days in order for us to retain those items. Believe me, we don't retain trash. We try and identify what we think is the personal property and belongings of somebody else. But as the council knows, we read the registers every council meeting. You look at the budgets, we literally spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in cleanup annually on camps.
Do we know of any camping that's being done on private property that we are not legally allowed to touch without a request by the property owner?
again, this is something that's been battled with for a couple decades that I've been with the city, is that there are people that either unknowingly or in a lot of cases knowingly allow folks to camp on their property in order to provide them with some sort of refuge, based upon whatever circumstances that they perceive. So yes, there is a combination of both of those throughout the riverbed. Conversely, a lot of the public space up on top, this will give us a lot more options. But again, there are some private areas that the homeless often try to stay within as well.
And we cannot touch them in that location without an invitation or permission of the property owner. Is that correct?
That's correct. We need a cooperative property owner to be able to provide us with the tools, either no trespassing or other items, that we're hoping that we can better control based upon some of the waterway issues and, being creative with protecting our land.
Okay, and a lot of this is health and safety too, is it not? Because that water is part of our water supply.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
My question was, observation first. I had actually Ian Parkinson, our sheriff, speak at Rotary last week. A significant number of questions were actually directed at he and I about this very item. And I know that BPK, originally when we first talked about getting this language, I think you were going to, the whole firm has taken pretty much a lead in the state with designing some sort of language that many different agencies can use. And I think, I'm not sure what exactly the county's doing, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit about this, what we have in front of us and how it's crafted and how it might help pass rules.
Sure. So we've been working with your staff for a couple of years now, it seems like, since the Martin decision, to come up with different versions of language that would be compliant. And we got to the point a few months, 6 months or 8 months or so ago, that we knew this grants pass decision was coming. And so we held off on making any additional changes. What you have before you is the current best efforts language to put you in compliance with the state law, federal law, and allow you to begin enforcing again. Since the grants pass decision came down in the end of June, many cities across the state have gone back and looked at their ordinances and made similar changes to what you're doing this evening.
So one of my thoughts here, in an effort, our mantra is, we want to hand up, not a handout. And if we can help these folks with a facility, back when the Boise case was in effect, the idea was we could tell them to move if we had a place for them to go. And what I would like to try to get the discussion going is maybe a location where we can actually grade off a park area. I'm thinking just out loud, kind of over in the area where our wastewater treatment plant is, where we can have a place where CAT team can say, you need to be over there. So if that, like we did originally, remember we were across the other side on the east side of the river, but at that point it was, kind of a makeshift thing, and maybe we could make a little nicer location with shade and things that people would want to stay in. With services, in other words, instead of using the riverbed as a bathroom, we could actually have porta potties or something like that that would help the whole effort here a little bit. So that would be a next step, I think, for council to talk about. But for right now, I think this gives our staff a good set of tools where we could start working on things and get things in the right direction with. And I think this is what the public's been asking to see, is some sort of a help to clean up our riverbed. So I'm happy with what we see is in front of us at this point. Any other discussion?
Questions?
Yeah, questions. Do you have anything further? Okay, then we'll open it up to the public.
Yes, thank you. My name is Bob Shore. I'm part of the Open Faith Outreach for the homeless in the area. And I'd like to answer some of the questions that you brought up here and what's being done. But the main priority I'd like to encourage today is that there was a review of the MOU with ECHO over the last year or so, about this time last year. They came out with a revised thing. I would like to get that resurrected. How's that going? How is it working? What are we doing right? Where do we need to improve? And get that community and the groups that help out, that actually walk out to them 3 or 4 times a week giving them food and clothing and stuff, and see their crisis and aggravation they have to put up with, get some real participation and come up with the various things you're going to have to wrestle with, of the medical support for the disease of mental illness that has to be addressed, the housing shortage that we have that has to be addressed, some type of job creation opportunity for people that just need an opportunity to get back on the train of life. And it's, there's thousands of people in this community that support our effort with donations. I mean, there's like 5 or 6 churches that people come out of those churches 2 to 3 times a week, at least an additional once a month, preparing food. Paso Cares Group has got a fabulous history of providing food and donations of clothing for people. Our group basically is married with them. We do a lot of things together to help people. I think a revision of what our needs are, and so we get back to you with recommendations on how to implement what you have to do. Because no one wants camps in the front yard or in front of their 7-Eleven gas station. We've got a crisis situation right now that the facility we have, people come back, there's maybe 50 people that come back every night for a meal, sign up to try to get a room at Echo, and there might only be 4 or 5 rooms available. So in the wintertime, there's all of a sudden 45 people sitting there at Echo that got to go find a place to sleep. It's dark. Some of them, their camps a mile or 2 away. And it's not a good situation. We've got to be able to cover the areas of the town. And maybe there's a space up there by the water reclamation plant that there used to be a roll-off out there that people throw garbage in. That's been removed. Captain Stornetto's got us access to the roll-off at the maintenance yard. We did a lot of probably 80 different cleanups, camps, give people a $25 gift certificate at Kentucky Fried Chicken if they bring in 2 or 3 big black plastic bags, and we got rid of them. This last week, we just had a full garbage truck filled up with garbage.
Going to need to summarize, sir. We're over time there, but yeah, we certainly appreciate your efforts too in helping. So,
and the homeless people want to help. They realize that they got to keep things clean, or else they're going to get kicked out, and moved out again.
Yep.
I think with some funding that I think comes from the state right now. I think there's some options available to us, and I think it would be very timely for this community to get an updated plan, sorted out of where the priorities are to be able to implement what we can to solve this problem, which definitely has a lot of medical issues with the development of mental illness and how it affects it, the addictions and how they affect it. And I think the police have gotten much better last year. I think they really need some support.
Sir, we appreciate your comments, but each speaker only gets 3 minutes, and you've exceeded your time.
We'll get to the next person. Thank you, sir.
Ken Parrish, P.O. Box 4495, Paso Robles, California. I just have one point to hit straight to the heart of it. The homeless strategic plan that was established, that was set up with the city, needs to be strengthened and reinforced. He started a homelessness strategic plan, and I'd be curious to see where that is at this time. The second point is that with strengthening that homelessness strategic plan that the city established, you can move forward to address the issue. Why was it set up if it's not going to be utilized to deal with the actual problem? And so I would just encourage the council to revisit that strategic plan and put it to work, make it effective so it can get the job done. Because one of the triple evils of society is poverty, according to Dr. Martin Luther King. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you,
sir.
Michael Rivera. Don't we already have ordinances, this is a general question, regarding people camping in the riverbed or loitering or other things? Do we already have ordinances related to that on the books?
Yeah.
Yes, we're amending that ordinance this evening to give us additional enforcement mechanisms that had been barred by the Martin v. Boise decision for the past 5 years.
Yeah, I've read those, so I'm aware of those. The teeth is, I guess, the question. Homelessness and people living in the riverbed is not compassionate because of the amount of disease, the environmental impacts, the disruption of your community. People are just, they're tired of it. They're tired of seeing people that are running around on 24th Street, running back and forth, under the bridge, into the riverbed, back and forth. So it's a big problem. But what really disturbs me, CMC is closing down facilities. Not the jail itself, not the high impact jail. But there's facilities there which they've spent tens of millions of dollars on that they're closing up. They include cafeterias, they include housing, they include a whole host of other things. Is this city really looking at solutions, or are we just trying to put Band-Aids on a bad problem? If you worked with your other people in the county, other cities and CSDs to really address this problem, this is becoming an industry. I don't think anybody wants a homeless industry. We need to find solutions to the problem. And one of them is if people need services and they need mental health services, they need drug rehabilitation services, they need a hand to get up and get moving, job, employment opportunities, whatever it may be. We have spent literally in this county millions upon millions of dollars from the state into that one facility. Has anybody reached out to the rest of the cities in the county and said, how can we utilize that more efficiently and more effectively, where they could get, where people could actually get services? You're just putting Band-Aids on this and then saying, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. We've got to find another way. But there is no other way. Until you make a decision that you are going to solve the problem, you're just going to keep, we're going to be back here in a year, 2 years, talking about the same thing, but it's going to grow. We have the resources. The state of California has provided the resources. We just have to use the resources. And I'll tell you another thing, cannabis and the power of cannabis and other drugs are driving this. And until we start addressing that issue, the drug issue and the mental health issue, you're never going to solve this.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
You bet. Dale?
Dale Augustin. I chose to speak on this because I grew up poor and we lived in subsidized government housing and didn't have to be homeless. But times have changed. Sometimes even rental housing, government subsidized, is more than some people can afford. And if they don't have a job. Sure, jobs, as Mr. Rivera mentioned, is one solution, is finding these people jobs. And some of them is holding jobs if they won't give up their drugs. So that is a compound problem. I'm not sure that we have designated camping areas where you can get a permit to camp. So I think we need to think about that. And of course, if you get a camping permit, it's only good for a certain number of days and things like that. But I think this ECHO can't solve this problem by themselves. And it is a problem. I'm fortunate right now. I could be a homeless person. My only income is Social Security. But God has blessed me with a roof over my head and adequate food to keep me sustained. And I'm a happy man. I don't think that these people are happy. They have to want to be happy. And that's the psychological downturn on most of these people is they've given up on life. I don't know how we're going to inspire them. Kenny Parrish and his church and other churches are trying to teach these people that if they really want to enjoy life, they have to work for it. How we get these people to want to live and work is a monumental problem. I don't know how we're going to solve it. But there's plenty, I mean, the fast food places are advertising $20 an hour. You can succeed on $20 an hour. It's not very well, but you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ron Walters, Paso Robles. I appreciate the fact that the City Council is addressing this issue and in regards to the change that the Supreme Court did to, in essence, reinstate what I would call the vagrancy laws. In regards to camping, though, in the riverbed, I think that it is totally inappropriate, regardless of all the other issues, that people should not be allowed to camp there. And I think what I'm hearing is that the City Council is working on that, and I do appreciate that also. I also appreciate the fact that I had commented about somebody camped outside of the City Hall here for a number of months, and you guys, obviously, with the police department, took care of that, and the park seems to be a little bit better under control. But it's still somewhat there are other issues too. I work on Spring Street, and when I go at lunchtime to walk to get a sandwich somewhere, in the last 8 months to a year, I now carry a can of pepper spray because we have a few drunks that in the middle of the day are on the sidewalk, on private property sidewalks or whatever. I do call the police, and they are great. They come out and they move them along. I know the legal system is changed. In the past, you used to put them in jail and keep them there for a week or two or whatever it is, and they just keep reoccurring. So the other thought I had was the mayor had mentioned having an area for camping for these people. We already did that. Mayor Martins did that, and it was jokingly called Mayor Martinsville or something like that. And the homeless people wouldn't use it. It was too far away. They wanted to be close to the city. They want to be close to where they can panhandle and get whatever it is that they need to get. So again, I do appreciate the city addressing this, and I think that we need to we need to be compassionate. I think we're $24 billion compassionate in the state. I could be wrong on that number. But we also have to be compassionate for our citizens. I want to be able to take my granddaughter to the park and not have to constantly look around, which I never used to have to do, to see who's around me and is this going to be a danger to my granddaughter. I want to be able to walk and get a sandwich and not have to carry a pepper spray with me. But I do thank the City Council for your effort, and I just hope that you will continue to move forward with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone
Mayor
online?
Hammond, yes, we have 2 callers right now.
Okay.
First is Linda George.
Okay. Linda, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening. Look. Great. 3126 Spring Street. Wow, what a lot of despair and voices. I actually have been kind of working on this issue, canvassing throughout District 1. And I think that our homeless population is manageable. And I said that at the last meeting, that just Austin has proved that over and over again. So something called the Beautification Council was mentioned the last time I was there. And I have spoken with Ken Houston in Oakland. And I think Austin did a wonderful job getting everybody jobs at the Mid-State Fair. And I think that our city is right to help some of these people that are not addicts and do need a hand up. And I agree with you 100%, Mayor Hammond. There's nothing wrong with having a safe camping site. It does not mean that we allow drugs and alcohol to be utilized in those. One of the reasons why houses don't go to work is because they can't leave their stuff in their tents for its sake of losing it. So I think there is a lot of hope in this city. And I think a safe camping site, an RV launch pad for those who are motivated to come up and get up out of their situations. And then you let the police, like Chief Nord does, handle all of those that are on drugs and alcohol and in the mental health system, and we let what resources we have in the county. Now, I saw that the county already indicated they are within compliance. All of our cities are in compliance with the current Supreme Court decision. So we have a unique opportunity to build a very services-only, unhoused community with ECHO. Even Mr. Ernest Hall from Doug's Hired helps people throughout the fair. We have Vina Robis. We have all kinds of places we can get them job skills more than employment. So I hope that you guys are encouraged. And that's one of the reasons why I'm running, because I have built such a great relationship with Black Oak Corner. I can't wait to get to work. So I'm looking at beautification projects, everything we can do just to make it better. But it's nothing wrong following the city of Coronado, enforcing our no camping rules. We don't sleep here, we work here. There's nothing wrong being a services-only city. And I think that that's probably, we can make that model for the rest of the state. But I have commitment from Oakland, California, Beautification Council, Ken Houston, that he is absolutely willing to help Austin spread the project of getting people employed. Justice impacted primarily, people with those 17 warrants. So be encouraged, okay? And know that I come with some solutions and with a lot of connections to get our people off the street. There's nothing wrong with cleaning out our camps either. There's nothing wrong with storing your stuff for 90 days and throwing it away if they don't show up. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Austin Solheim.
Okay. Hello, can we hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Austin Solheim. I'm the Director of Operations and Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. I just wanted to come on. I first wanted to share that, so far in 2024, between our two campuses, we've helped 151 individuals and families get back into stable housing in our community, as well as worked with our individuals through our programs and helped find over 56 job placements in 2024 alone. These are efforts that we are constantly making, going through, and I wanted to come on and just comment on this ordinance specifically, and just that we as an organization understand, and through our conversations and commitment to work with the city and the CAT team specifically, know that this is a tool for our officers to use. And we trust our officers, we trust our partners at the city to use this as a tool for engagement with the individuals that we are all serving, and use it as an opportunity to get those who maybe not be willing, as Ty mentioned, involved with services like ECHO or even beyond in our county and all the resources that we know that are out there. And so we just look forward to the continued partnership. And even just this past Sunday on our Facebook page, we were actually able to celebrate a success of a father and daughter in a family getting housed through our outreach services. So not even through our shelter program specifically, but working with our outreach case management team to identify resources in our community, get through the barriers for them to be into housing, and now are finally in a place of their own without ever actually having to stay at the shelter. Because we do have to get flexible and adaptable and work with all of those in our community, understanding their needs, understanding what they're going through, and be able to work with them and strike while the iron's hot. So we just appreciate the work that we are able to do within our community. We're thankful for all of our volunteers, our staff, our supporters, and this amazing community that continues to help those who are in need and helps invest in our mission. So for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin, for your service. ECHO's doing a great job and is a great partner with the city. So thank you for calling in. Is that all we have online?
Yes, no other callers.
Okay. Yeah. Before we make this option, let's go ahead and make a break. 5 minutes.
5-minute break?
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll re-adjourn the meeting, and we left off at that point where we're going to talk about back to council.
Yep.
So we'll bring it back now and discussion.
John, can I talk?
Yes, thank you. Well, actually, we heard a lot of great suggestions. Really good ones. Unfortunately, our jurisdiction ends at the city limits. So many of them we can't implement. But the County Board of Supervisors and the state of California state legislature could. But that's where that has to be addressed. The CMC is a state facility, not a local facility. And they control anything that's going to happen at CMC. Unfortunately, that's not in the county. The county is just a local arm of the state, but not connected to that judicial system or that area. They are legislature. But they also control a lot of the space outside of the city limits that's unincorporated or unincorporated. That includes some of our towns. Many of our towns are unincorporated, and the county Board of Supervisors does control them. So there are a lot of areas outside of our city limits that are fine. But there are some areas within our city limits that also are controlled by the state of California, including parts of the river, which the state and federal agencies actually have some say over. And actually this change is going to allow us to help enforce some of their ordinances that the courts were not allowing us to. So that's the really good part of this. As far as solving the homeless problem completely, great. But there's some really weird things about our low-income housing. And I didn't know until just recently when somebody I recommended go to the housing authority because they were losing their house, and they found out they weren't eligible because they didn't make enough money. Because in order to get into a low-income house, they had to make at least $5,000 a month in income, or they were ineligible for any of the housing authorities' places. So there's something that has to be addressed, again, at the state or federal level, because that's where the problem is, because they're the ones that provide basic money to provide that housing. So a lot of these suggestions are great, but we're the wrong ones, because we have absolutely zero taxing authority except for a very tiny portion, maximum of 2 cents of the sales tax revenue. And that's all we can control, and we don't even control that. If we wanted to get any of that extra little bit, then we have to go to the voters. And the voters have to approve it. If they don't approve it, it still doesn't happen. And that means we have zip as far as anything we can actually tax. All we ever get for our taxes, income, is what the state and federal allocates as our portion of what they tax. And it's their taxes on property, primarily, that we get money back from. But we just get a very small portion of that also. And it's a portion that they allocate to us. Am I wrong in any of that? From our administrative department? Oh, I'm being given the high side. So that's correct. We don't do taxing because we're not allowed to by law. We are a municipal corporation organized under state law, state corporation law. We're not even constitutional law. So we are extremely limited in what we're able to do. But within what we're able to do, we're doing everything we possibly can. Now, there's a lot of great suggestions, and if the county or the state or the federal government is willing to enact them, we can proceed and do it, our share within our community. Now, as far as the camping, yes, we could designate portions that we have control over for that purpose, because we do have zoning and land use authority. That we still have, to some extent. Even in that area, the state has now put down rules that we must follow. So they're even controlling that part now. And that's one of the things we constantly are in a battle with the state. every month, every year. But for tonight, in the city limits, these changes take recent Supreme Court decision and implement what is now allowing us to do, which is to go back and do more of our compliance with what the state and federal government want us to do, which we weren't able to do because even the courts wouldn't let us do it. So this is a great change.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to mention again that speaking with Parkinson the other day, if every agency like Paso Robles, the county, Tascadero, we all had a similar type of a way we're going to approach this as a coordinated group, then I think we can get some traction with the North County. And I'm assuming that they're going to be coming up with an ordinance just like this. I think, again, we're kind of leading edge from what I understand. I'm not sure if other cities have done this yet, but I applaud staff for getting into it and making things happen. That's what we would do it, and we have. So, Pro Tem Gregory.
All right, I'll try to keep this as short as I can. So I think it's really important that we get this ordinance in place. But more important is the county has been waiting for this ordinance so they can follow our ordinance. So it's an enforceable ordinance throughout the riverbed in the North County. And I think it's really important to focus on what's in front of us. We need to approve this amendment so that we have the power to move people out of the river and take care of the encampments. And we could even start like saying, okay, let's pick the worst encampments, one or two at a time, just start going, because we have the right to do that. The issue is how we take those people and get them help. And I refuse to support a campground because it's campground, there's no supervision, you need full-time management, and down in the county right next to the sheriff's office, they had 4 deaths, that everybody out of control. But Austin had a good idea. We figured out a way to do it so we can manage these people when we start running out of room. One of the concepts I was talking to Echo about is to go down and have the CAT team start with a really tough campground or a camper and get them on the list to talk to our Echo and get them in the program. A lot of people don't realize that Echo's 90-day program is now countywide at every homeless facility in the county because it's working. You can ask the Paso PD. Everybody's actually going into the program. They have to go out and get interviews. They have to go out and get a job, and they have to support what they're supposed to be doing. The problem is we don't have a lot of room. You know, it's like 3 or 4 people at a time. So we're going to have to deal with that. But I think the way to deal with it is Austin was talking about it. He's been there before up in Reno. He creates some kind of emergency housing. And you just need to have a process. So when you go up to an encampment, you say, here's the deal. You can go. We have some space at Echo. We'll put your stuff in storage, get you entered into the program, and get you going. But that's onesie, twosie, threesies, or whatever. But once you start a process, that's the only way you're going to get the people out of the river. And that has to be enforced countywide because the Salinas Riverbed, they'll just move to San Miguel or Templeton, and we'll have the same problem all over again. So they want to follow suit with us. And also they'll follow suit with money. But the important thing is to take it, get the ordinance in place, sit down with Echo and whoever wants to join in on a solution to the problem, and figure out a way how to deal with the volume of people we're talking about. Our homeless population is dropping almost by 100 people in the last 2 years. And that's because of the likes of Echo and Haslo and 5 cities, whatever. So we're beginning to have a lot of facility in those places. But when we take them out of the encampment, we got to get them into the facility. Right. End of story. Because if you take them out of the river, there's no place to go.
The problem is they've got to want to go on their own.
They don't have a choice.
Yeah, well.
So here's how you do it.
But they're still human beings and they still have rights.
Yeah, but if you treat it properly and you say, look, you have 2 choices. We'll help you get into a program and we're going to move your stuff, put it in storage, and get you in the program. If they don't want to do that, then we just have to move them out because they're never going to listen. And they have to decide. And if you're not making them step up and work for what they're supposed to be doing, they're never going to go in anyway. And I don't think you're going to see as many as you think, because if you're coming with the police department or the fire department, whoever is trying to reach out to these people, or, you know, operations managers at ECHO, they just want to know they have a place to go and they have a hope to get there. And that's what's great about the ECHO program. The problem is it's full all the time. We only have 5 empty rooms. But even those 5 empty rooms at night, we could put them on a wait list and they could wait to get in, whatever it is. So I think it's really important to work with ECHO, who deals with this all the time, and some of our community members who are working with the homeless situation. But most important, we need to pass this ordinance. We need to get the county on board so we can absolutely police the problem. And then the next step is to go out and figure out how to deal with the population. So that's my 2 cents worth.
So the program you're describing is Rialto's program. I brought it up here at this dais over a year ago. It's Rialto's program, and I asked Rialto to reach out. They were rebuffed. That's the program that works. We don't have to reinvent anything. I don't know how many of you guys attended the League of Cities webinar today on implementation of Prop 1. Awesome, really good, best hour. There are so many funds out there right now with Prop 1. I'm not sure that we are really ready for that to put it together. I don't know if anybody from staff got the chance to watch that or not. Go back and it'll be on repeat, I'm sure. Our program is ready to go. Mr. Parrish left, but he's absolutely right. Our program for strategic plan for the homeless fits this to a T. What are we doing about it? Where are we assessing grants for that? We can make this happen. We can take people out, use our TAC teams. It's not illegal. It is legal to take them out of the riverbed. Rialto's been doing it for about 10 years. There's no reason to wait. Make it happen. Get these people some help. We need resources. Great. We need jobs. Wonderful. Let's figure out how we can make that happen. But it's the will. Are we going to say yes and make it happen? I agree with Mr. Gregory. Need to pass this resolution. It's a good first step of many that need to come.
Sharon, do you have anything?
I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I have the mayor's meeting county mayors this Friday. I'm going to bring it up to them, and I think maybe, Ty, if you could bring it to your city manager's meeting too. I think it sounds to me like, once we get this moving and again, consensus and everybody working together in the same direction with all the different agencies are going to be the best method forward. So I think, with Paso moving on this one now, again, we just need to put it out there, let them see our ordinance, let them, massage it as well too. But I think if we get something all together cohesively, I think it's going to be better for the whole North County.
Yeah, sure. I think you're right.
If I may, that's great. We'll have to have county social services heavily involved because they're definitely going to be involved.
It's part of the strategic plan.
Right.
Yep.
But there's also another thing. Historically, going back as long as you want to look in human history, there is a certain element that does not want to participate with the rest of society. You will never reach them. Ultimately, you can move them out of the areas where they're a health hazard, and they're just going to move on. They'll just move on somewhere else. But the point, don't expect that you're going to be able to help every single person out there because that's totally not realistic.
Fred, the point is, though, we're helping the people that want to get helped. And
that we can do. You're right. That we can do.
The people that don't want to do anything, we'll deal with those people. But anyway, so I'm going to make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, for council's edification, if it's all right, I'll answer the question regarding where are we with the strategic plan. The reality of it is we're in a holding pattern until we figure out what our budget's going to be after the election. So if we end up, not passing a roads ordinance, then the council will be brought forth some decisions to make. And obviously, there are funding considerations when it comes to that. So at this point, we're making sure that whatever we have throughout that plan, we can implement without tugging on strings throughout the rest of the organization. So but it's definitely not forgotten at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
So I'll make a motion. We introduce for the first reading by title only an ordinance, attachment 1, entitled An Ordinance of the City of Paso Robles, California, amending Chapter 7.5 of the Municipal Code regarding camping on public property and protection of waterways, determining the ordinance to be exempt from the environmental review of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Okay, motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion
Can I have a
passes
question? I have a question
unanimously.
for our city attorney. So, Elizabeth, I'd like to direct staff to start working with the county to adopt and take a look at our ordinance. Is that something that we need to bring back, or what do we need to do with that?
I think it's related to this item, so you can just provide general direction to staff to
Tonight?
continue working and implementing this ordinance
So
in
I think,
coordination with the county.
I think I highly recommend that our staff start working with John Pashong's office and Debbie or Heather, whoever's in that seat, to start working on this ordinance so it's accepted countywide, so we all have the same teeth. And then we figure out a way to fix the problem with the people that need a place to stay.
I'll support that.
Yeah, again, speaking up with the city mayor, city managers again, and the mayors, again, we got to get the word out. Essentially, I think is what's important now that we've taken the lead, so to speak. And once they see it, they're going to want to. We can't make them do anything, but we can certainly encourage them. That's what's important.
That's for sure. We've had a number of news inquiries this week. I have a feeling that this will be very much talked about in the public eye, which will also provide us the opportunity to open the door to discuss with the city managers, the CJA, the Criminal Justice Association, which is the police chief, sheriff, probation, everybody else on that front. Mr. Mayor, it sounds like you're going to work with the mayors. So we'll make sure that this is shared far and wide to begin those discussions.
Very good. Thank you. All right, moving on. Approval of resolution in support of Proposition 13. Ty Lewis, you have that option.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this was a request by the majority of the council to bring back an item, resolution in support of Proposition 13. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 6 months or so about property interests and taxation, and making sure that, again, that Proposition 13 stands supported and not weakened. Staff did some research and found a resolution that's been used by other communities. We brought that forward to you for discussion, for modification, adoption, or rejection. But at this point, I'd love to turn it over to the council to receive any further thoughts or to approve the resolution in support of Proposition 13 as written.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's open it up before we get into it. Let's open it up to public comment. And then we can come back and just have more time.
Yes, Dale Augustin. I was so proud of you when Bruce Gibson came in with his idea to weaken Prop 13 and you rejected him. Keep up the good work, because us retired people, we cannot make it if we don't keep Prop 13 in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Carr, Paso Robles. Yeah, regarding the resolution, I mean, I noticed in the discussion, in the facts section, it's mentioned about Proposition 13 also changed the requirements for local governments to levy other taxes. Specifically, Prop 13 requires 2/3 of voters to approve any special taxes levied by local governments. Special taxes are those taxes that raise funds for a particular purpose. And that's mentioned in a couple of other places. There's a paragraph in the analysis as well. But I don't find any reference to that part of Prop 13 in the resolution. So that's what that would be my recommendation, to make sure that something like that references this part of Prop 13 gets into the resolution. You know, if I'm missing it, please let me know, but I didn't see it in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to council for discussion.
So can we address that comment from Mr. Carr?
I'm sorry, I missed exactly what part he wanted added to the resolution.
So it doesn't say anything about Prop 13 in the ordinance.
The ordinance itself is entitled, come back open, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Paso Robles affirming support for Proposition 13.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if he wanted something.
I think what Mr. Carr might be getting at, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're based on our previous actions, based on our concurrence with the League of California Cities, we are in favor of reducing the threshold to increase taxes. I think what Mr. Carr, I would like to see, I'm going to make this recommendation, is that we support that any tax increase still requires a 2/3 vote. Without it, this is lip service.
When you say any tax, are you talking about local tax as well, requiring 2/3 vote?
Property tax.
Property.
Yeah, that's what the whole 13 is about, is limiting property taxation.
Yeah, it's right. Property tax.
Well,
Jeff, why don't you come to the dais and if you want to explain a little more thoroughly.
I was referencing specifically item number 6 in the facts section of the staff report. And it was very informative, that section, and accurate as I understand it, that proposition requires local governments to levy other taxes requirements. And specifically, Prop 13 requires 2/3 of voters to approve any special taxes levied by local governments. Not just property tax, any special taxes levied by a local government requires 2/3 vote. Special taxes are those taxes that raise funds for a particular purpose. That's Prop 13. I mean, a lot of people forget that, I think, but that's in Prop 13. And so I don't see that in the actual resolution. And so you were talking about, requesting any modifications or changes. If that's not in the resolution, I would request that modification, that something about that, what number 6 in the facts is put in the actual resolution.
Number 6.
Point well taken. Thank you.
There is one exception to that, and that's on school bonds. They can get by with 55% instead of 66 2/3.
We don't have the authority to levy school bonds.
Right. And I'm just saying that's
this is just
not controlled by Prop 13.
Right. That's a good point too, though. Thanks, Dale. Yeah, I think that's important that we actually insert language from fact number 6 into the actual resolution. That seems to make a lot of sense. Otherwise, we're just kind of spinning our wheels here.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would say so.
I'd like to point out, this is a state law. And state laws sometimes can be changed, but only by the legislature and or the voters of the state of California. Even if it's constitutional, it has to go to the people for whatever the current threshold is. If we put this in now into this resolution, then we are really saying we don't want current state law to change. We object to the state legislature or the voters of this state changing the current state law. And that is a political statement. That's taking a position on something that could be given in the future. I believe in supporting state law as it is legally created by whoever is constitutionally entitled to create it. I am not going to try to take us into the position of telling the state legislature what it can and can't do.
We're not.
Without Yes, we are. If we include that, we are.
Okay.
I beg to differ with you. All we're doing is saying we're supporting a law that was already legally passed.
That's what this resolution already says.
It already says.
Yeah, that's
so.
what
Why do you? What's your problem with item number 6? I don't get it.
What do you mean? What's my problem with it?
Can we put that on the screen?
Why wouldn't you want to add that?
I don't want to add a statement that we want to take a position on any future changes that the legislature and or the voters of the state of California want to make.
Fred, you're not making sense to me. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time understanding you. What we're trying to do is say we support the existing. Excuse me, Fred. We're supporting the existing Proposition 13, including the portion that says specifically Proposition 13 requires 2/3 of voters to approve any special taxes levied by local governments.
And that's exactly what Prop 13 says currently.
So why don't you want to support it?
So we don't need to put that language in because we're supporting Proposition 13.
I agree that, again, this whole item is basically to support the existing Prop 13.
That's right.
We're not trying to change it. We just want to say that we, as a city, support it. Is that kind of what the effort here is? Or are we trying to change language?
I want to support.
I don't want to change language.
No, I don't either.
I just want to be specific as to what Prop 13 says.
Well,
I don't think that's
we don't have
to do that.
Prop 13 is what it is, and the language isn't going to change by us. All we're stating as a council is that we support Prop 13, and I think we need to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah,
if we're going to do anything at all. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a recommendation to approve the resolution.
Motion to approve Resolution 24XXX in support of Proposition 13 and direct staff to forward a copy of the resolution to the offices of Senator John Laird and Assembly Member Addis.
Second.
Motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. Now, I guess we get back to consent item 4.
4 and 8.
Chris, you had that pulled. Do you have a specific question, or do you want a full report on that?
I guess I'd like that full report. So this is
cancellation.
We approved a schedule for our meetings, and we did that last October. And now, because we don't want to show, I'm sorry, were we on 4th?
Yeah, cancellation of September 3rd.
Yeah.
Regular meeting.
Deedus, we'll get to you in a second. I'm sorry.
I'll wait.
Okay. We already knew what this schedule was. I'm kind of curious as to why we're scheduling to not be here, and so that the majority, we can't call a quorum.
So
we end up overloading the next meeting, and we end up with consent agendas that are too long, with discussion items that are too lengthy. I really think we need to get back to, if we're going to schedule a meeting, we all look at our calendars and plan accordingly.
But it does give us an out here. If necessary, the city manager can special.
So that was a question to Ty.
My question doesn't go to that. My question goes to why are we scheduling time off? When we already knew what the schedule was. Don't we have calendars and look at our calendars and say, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be here on this day. I should plan my vacations or my trips accordingly. Our emergency staff doesn't get to plan like that. Why do we have special privileges as city council to not show up to a city council meeting?
So, question to Ty, are you looking that far ahead yet with calendar items that we can move to another date, or is it imperative that we have a meeting on the 3rd?
It's at the council's pleasure. We're certainly capable of coordinating the agendas to be able to fit into the proposed time slots. I don't see any issues with that, and it's at the council's discretion, and it's before you for discussion this evening to direct us on how you'd like to proceed.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If it's something that is going to be time sensitive where we have to have a special meeting, can you see that far ahead right now that we are?
At this point, we don't see anything that requires a special meeting that we're not capable of covering between the next meeting that we have and then the one preceding or after that.
Okay. All right.
Question? Why is it being canceled?
Right after the holiday there.
Oh, it's on Labor Day. Got
Labor
it.
Day.
I think the notes also say that, a lot of people can't make the meeting. Council members can't make the meeting. So can they call in? Can they show up by Zoom?
Is it council members or staff?
Not allowed.
Council members have to have a quorum.
Can't call in anymore.
Yeah. Can't do that.
Traveling, you can.
Unless you're on official. Hang on. The way the rule works is that if you're on official business away from the council meeting, you can.
So this is personal business.
Whatever it is, doesn't matter.
Yeah. If you're on personal business, you can't participate. If you're on city business, you can.
So we should be here physically.
Yes.
So
That's
as
the
long
only
as
way.
there's a quorum of the council present, we can still use the traditional Brown Act noticing if someone is out of town and wants to participate. We don't have to follow the AB 2449 rules. So there would be a way to accommodate it if it was the council's desire to have this meeting. It is the day after Labor Day.
Okay.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
So
That's a quorum.
I think I'm here with it. Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. That's 4. I'm not.
You're not here?
Yeah. New
I'm
York.
not running another meeting.
So Melissa, I think you also mentioned staff couldn't be
I'll
here.
be back on the 6th.
That is one of the facts in the staff report.
Sorry.
Yes, that is one of the facts in the staff report.
How about the following week?
So can we arrange substitutes?
It would be dependent on the item, but obviously we would, if a key staff member wasn't available, it may delay an item, I guess I would say. But yeah, where possible, we would bring substitutes. It just depends on the item.
Okay, so we have a quorum of city council. We've established that. I think we ought to have the meeting myself. We put it on the agenda.
Are you back?
I'm sorry, we put it on the calendar. We've known about this for months. Is there any other compelling reason I'm not seeing that we should cancel this?
Not to my knowledge, the scheduling was the key concern there.
No?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Ty?
Next Tuesday.
Mr. Bausch, this isn't an issue for any of us. We're going to make it work. This was, we were asked to bring this forward. We did. We brought back supporting the question at hand, and it's a decision for the council members to make at this point, whether they want to hold the meeting or not.
All right, then I'll make the motion that we have the meeting on September 3rd.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, number 8, yeah, approval amendment contract for Tanko Lighting. Ditas, you have that item?
Did you want me to just do a full report or?
No, I'm just really appalled, I guess. I know it's not your fault and I'm not trying to be uncivil or disparaging, but $300,000 so we can start to negotiate with PG&E. Okay. You know, with that $300,000, I can think of a lot of better uses for that $300,000. Is that absolutely critical that we spend that much money so we can end up paying what PG&E is going to tell us what we have to pay for it anyway?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, the $300,000 was indeed adopted on your current budget. So it went through it got vetted through all the budget process, and it was approved to put $300,000 towards the specific project. So I think what I'm hearing is you have a sticker shock under $300,000, and so I would like to point you to page 21 of attachment 2 that makes a list of how that $300,000 is being used. And the bulk of it is tasked to the GIS audit of PG&E fixtures. That's about $92,000. And forgive me for reading this, but in their scope of work, that $92,000 is to review all 3,000 streetlight poles that the city has in its system. And their approach is to personally visit these 3,000 poles and to acquire approximately 30 field data to ensure that after the ownership, the same data can be used to create the client's needs and to really review what those streetlight poles are, what their existing wattage is, so that when something goes wrong, we have a description of each of those streetlights. The other cost, and so if you look at page 14 of the attachment 2, the deliverable on that $92,000 includes all those bullet items: the GPS location, the fixture technology, the lamp type, the pole material, the pole ID number, the date that pole was installed, the nearest street address, the street width, the electrical feed, whether it's overhead, underground, and any visible issues, whether it's leaning or there's a fixture damage. If you remember, the feasibility study shows that we can put a dollar amount to what we can pay PG&E, but if we make a list of all the fixed 3,000 lights that says, well, this one's leaning, that one has something wrong with it, we can deduct all those discrepancies on all those poles, and so that we will have a better value, because PG&E will say, well, we think it's worth $8 million for you to buy it, and then we can make a list, yeah, but here, look at all the street lights that are deficient, and you've never maintained it for all these years, so then we can negotiate that dollar amount that they think that we owe them, we can go down. So that's going to cost, that cost is about $92,000, again, to visit all the 3,000 lights, to put a dollar amount. And then once we have that data, then we can have a GPS system so that now we're in charge of those streetlights poles, right? So if something goes wrong, our crew or whoever we hire to do the maintenance can pinpoint exactly where it is, and we have a system that lists all those 3,000 poles. The other task that's probably a sticker shock is task 4, which is about $39,000. That's on page 21 of attachment 2, and that's data reconciliation. So Tanco will take all the utility billings that PG&E has billed us for all these years and match it to what's existing in the field. Because why? So then they'll know, well, why are you billing us street light pole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when we went out there and you haven't installed, you haven't replaced those bulbs all those years? We shouldn't have to pay you for that. So there's all these things that they need to do. So if you look at that attachment to page 21, it lists all the items that equate to the $300,000.
My thought on page 14 is, why don't we already know all of this? If we're being charged by PG&E for this, we don't go out and do that on a regular basis.
No, we don't. We don't have any idea what these poles are because we're not maintaining them. PG&E is maintaining them.
But we pay PG&E an ungodly amount of money on a regular basis.
And this will change.
They charge us a lump sum for all the power that we use.
Right.
They don't charge us per pole.
Okay. I think that's the part that I tried to ask at the 221 and I didn't get a good answer on.
Oh, okay. So that's the whole reason why we want to prepare this study so we can acquire the lights from PG&E so that we have a better handle
I
on what they
understand
look
that,
like.
but it just seems like a $300,000 inventory for 3,000 items is huge. That's just a lot of money for basically what I would consider a glorified inventory. I get your point now that we don't know because PG&E doesn't tell us.
That's what we have to
and I find that kind of incredulous as well.
Sure. I'd just like to add a couple comments. I understand the $300,000 sticker shock. This really sets us up to manage our own system and save almost $4 million over 20 years. So when we have our own system, we manage our own system, we have all the information that you're referencing, but it takes money to get there. And Tanco are one of the industry leading experts. They will bring us through the entire process. The $300,000 also includes all the negotiations with PG&E for that purchase price, for whatever that purchase price might be, and taking us to a point and setting us up so we can have a successful customer service friendly system with lower costs for us, for our developers, and for all the customers that use the system.
I appreciate that information, Frida. Thank you. I just am getting a little weary of all the consultant fees that we seem to pay. It just seems to go up and up and up. We have an amazing staff. And, some of that money could, I think, be spent on training some of our staff to get the skills necessary that we're paying consultants for. I think that would help us with employee retention and recruitment. If we could redirect some of that consultant money and spend it in a way to enhance our employee performance.
And I completely understand that viewpoint. We don't have the staff capacity in any way, shape, or form to actually do that. We are a triage public works department. We take health and safety first. We fix potholes and we fix stucco on buildings, and we are way behind all the time, if I'm going to be completely honest and blunt.
Sure, you can be honest and blunt. Absolutely. I have to be really careful, though. The money, I think, spent on consultants over time could be used to hire additional staff and give them the training. Part of the reason you're in triage is it's difficult to recruit employees because people still don't think working for a municipality, not just Paso, is a really, it's hard to attract people here. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think if we change our recruiting model and change our retention model, we could put that consultant fee to a better purpose. That's all I'm trying to say here.
I understand it. It's a completely different discussion in my mind, but we're also subject to market considerations in terms of consultants. And if we want to get this done the right way, unfortunately, it costs a lot of money.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ditas.
Yeah. Frederick, you had any questions up for them?
No questions or comments.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public comment. Anybody wishing to address the item? Bring it back to council.
I'm ready to make a motion. We
Pro Tem
approve.
Gregory.
I have one comment.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Spending $300,000 to save $4 million makes sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are a banker, Fred. Okay. I move we approve the amendment to the contract with Tanco Lighting to initiate the purchase of city street lighting system from PG&E Company.
Second.
Okay, motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion on the item? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, city manager report. Do you have anything, Ty?
I think we covered a lot of it today, Mr. Mayor, with our public works updates and our capital projects updates. I will like to extend some kudos to our city clerk, Melissa, who has been working double time to try and not only put out the agendas and address council concerns, but also with the flurry of questions and activity regarding the election cycle this year. She deserves special recognition for that. So I hope you agree. Aside from that, all our teams remain engaged. It's a busy, hot summer. As we move forward with preparations for fall and winter activities, Frida and her team are already planning for our New Year's Eve event that the city sponsors for free as well. And so there's lots going on throughout the community, and that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. And agreed. I think filing deadline's this Friday, isn't it, for council? And I know you've been a little bit underwater, so thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. We've already done the council business and committee reports.
I'd like to
make
one more comment.
Yeah.
And I know we had a discussion on homelessness tonight, but I hope somebody picked up, I think it was New Times, that had an article in their current edition that shows everything that's being done about homelessness through the entire county. It's a great article. If you haven't picked up a copy of New Times, pick it up.
Okay. Anyone else? Good. Okay, upcoming events. Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting is going to be August 7th, 5 o'clock. Library Board of Trustees, August 8th, 9 o'clock in the morning. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting August 12th at 1:30. And Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee regular meeting is August 12th as well, 4 p.m. Paso Robles Planning Commission will meet here next Tuesday night, August 13th at 6:30. And then our next meeting is going to be here August 20 at 6:30. Anything else? Anybody happy?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Gregory, second by Strong to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.